I really thought I was going to pull this off without laughing, and there's no way. There's no way I do this without laughing. Let's give it a shot. The veil has been lifted, and the dead walk among us. Can't do it. Can't do it. Sorry. You know what? This is why I'm not an actor. This is why, you know? I mean, you know how many times in my life I've heard, why aren't you an actor? A comedian. I get that mostly. Like, why aren't you a comedian? Because I can't not laugh. I just give in. I give into the joy. You know, I just give into the joy. Because why not? Aren't we here for that? Too much. So yeah, this wig has been around. I'm going to wait for the stream to build up a little bit. This wig has been around. This wig has met famous people. This wig has done things and seen stuff. And tonight it's going to see some very interesting stuff too. I've been busy. So I don't know what part of the world everybody's in and what time it is where you are. But where I am, it's an hour into Halloween, so ooh, spooky. And you know, what makes Halloween spooky? We do. We let it in. We recognize the fact that there are periods of time that are transitionary, and during those transitions, all kinds of fun little baddies poke their heads out and ask to play. Far be it from me to say no to these little divine beings. I mean, we have one day to play with them. Don't miss it. Just like I say, don't miss the purple. Don't miss the dark. So what do we have here? I added a couple of beads to the male of the pair, right? The female's so beautiful, right? What do we name her? We named her Pearls of Wisdom, and we gave him the Rock of Truth. Love that. Our story in stones. The stones of sincerity. Beautiful. And now, you know, I've mentioned many times on the show over and over again about the algorithm, which is that every two has a third, right? So how can I make two oracles that represent the same symbol system, the same knowledge, it's the same tool, but from a different voice, and not introduce a third, right? I mean, that's what we're here to do. At the end of the day, what we're here to do is to recognize that one truth and seek it and find it and do it and have it and then be it. And so, I mean, if ultimately what we recognize is that the divinatory process, the magical process, I don't care if you're invoking, evoking, banishing, I don't care if you're binding, if you're reading cards, if you're reading bones, if you're reading tea leaves, all of those things, those beautiful magical acts, are ultimately the same thing. And they're telling that one story. And so, if we're going to do that, and we're going to take it to the next level, because why not? We're human beings. We have the ability. We've been given these tools called senses and sensation to play with our world. And so we can not only tell the story, we can reenact it. We can go through the motions, right? And how wonderful is that? I mean, there's nothing greater than reenacting the creation of the universe and hopping in and out of all the roles that go along with that. I mean, that's just great. And so these can be used to read with respect to finding truth. They can be used to meditate upon. In fact, they're really good for that. They're both very good in a lot of different ways. It's special. But we have to understand that what we're talking about here is the dance, right? And so we have these two beautiful complementary oracles that are begging to swim together. And of course, that's what they were designed for. I just had to find the vessel. It took me a couple days, and I finally found it. And I introduced them. They got along, and they decided that they wanted to dance. And they did. And guess what? They had a baby. That's right. And he's under here. Mm-hmm. Actually, I don't think it's a boy. I don't think it's a girl either. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's both or neither. We'll find out. It's kind of great, though. You're going to love it. And in this little box is something very special, too. This is a special little box. Inside of here is something you may be familiar with, but not in this state. Okay, really, really good in there. And then this here, which I have this oracle sitting on, is full of some very interesting things. What is it full of? Truth. All kinds of little bits of it. And we're going to have fun tonight looking at that. So what we're talking about here is there's multiple different ways to interrogate our universe. And we use the term oracle. And oracle is a term that we use to describe a... well, I'm not sure if we're describing the thing or the method. But basically, it's the idea of using objects or using thought forms to interrogate our universe, to ask questions, to gain insight, to take a look at the karmic consequences of a circumstance and maybe apply that to your decision making. Right? There's a lot of things that we can do there to help that along, and oracles are very good for that. And, you know, one of the most effective oracles that we're all familiar with is the tarot and what it brings to us, and it's kind of what brought me to this place in my life. You know, has been in my work with my Magick, but tarot is the thing that allows me to connect. It's the thing that brings us together, is this oracle, this beautiful gift of this symbol system that lets us seek and actually find the truth. And so it's really a wonderful thing when you let yourself have it and you go through the motions of learning the vocabulary, which is pretty easy since it's so intuitive. You're born knowing it. The language of the tarot and the language of the I Ching and these various other divinatory systems are all based on the archetypes. These very, very core concepts that are really the rules that we witness when we tinker and when we think about how the world works. And those rules are very basic. And since every one of these systems is based on those rules, if those rules are present, then those systems will be able to be connected. It's almost like a Rosetta Stone for the truth. And so these systems here contain that. And the mathematics are designed in such a way that you can use it for I Ching, for tarot, you can use it for Kabbalah and the Kabbalistic tree of life. There's various different methods that can be applied to these, and we're going to go over a couple of different ways that I've been reading these over the years, that each one having its own very specific method and purpose, very much like a spread, right? A kind of a guidance as far as the structure of the environment that lends toward a certain context, right? So it lends context. It helps you decide what you're reading about and so forth. And I applied the technique here, and I'm going to show it here as well, with respect to how you can use a significator in the beads by having a separate bead altogether that is designed for that. And in here, since we're trying to, at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is we're trying to use it as a tool that is connected to that core truth, like the tarot or the Kabbalistic tree of life, or even the I Ching. There's this idea of these three core elements in the tarot, and that comes from the Kabbalistic system of the three letters, right? And so I have this little bead here. It's just a piece of metal in the middle that's holding these beads together. One for fire, one for air, and one for water. And these represent those three main elements, right? I have that represented here in the feminine oracle with the three beads together in the middle from the seashells. Quite beautiful. The water, right? It has that idea of the water, and it represents the three. Now here, it's a little more separated in the color, but it's the same exact symbol, right? And now what this is used for is basically that when we stir and we're shuffling, so to speak, what this will do is it will be close to or near certain parts of the pentagram that we're reading, okay? And so as an example, if we just stir this up a little bit, okay? And then we kind of stop and take a look at it, and we pick this as the top spot. This will be spirit, okay? And so now we know from our diagram here that we have over here is going to be Scorpio and Aquarius, right? And then down here we're going to have Leo and Taurus. And so if we consider that with respect to the elemental correspondences, then we can utilize that as a way to lay out a spread. Okay, and so we would take that top spot where we see all these shells over here, and we would say, okay, well, that area relates to spirit. And that spirit is surrounded by an awful lot of sword. Okay, in this particular oracle, I utilize the seashells for the symbol of air, or the sword, since it's speaking, right? You put it up to your ear to listen to. Yenis, how you doing? How's it going? I love how you said hello right there. That's awesome. So appropriate. You know, while we're in this little transitional time, it reminds me of a very beautiful ritual that the Wiccans use to initiate their new members. And that is that on a full moon, or on a specific appropriate time of the year that is related to your particular moon, you walk nude between the high and low tide as the water rushes on your feet. And that signifies this idea of rebirth through this transitional phase. And it's quite beautiful because I talk about that vortex all the time, but the thing that's very interesting about that space is the amount of energy that's built. And the energy is so great that sometimes it can be overwhelming if we allow it. My advice, let it in. Don't be afraid to receive the goddess. You are the goddess. Okay, the wig's getting itchy. Wait till you see the one I put on after the break. Oh, you thought there was one wig? Come on. It's boring. No, there are many wigs. There will be wigs. Oh, yes. So, we have some really beautiful art to look at tonight. Tanamara, how's it going? Why, thank you. Something tells me you have a very similar looking outfit, but in red. I don't know, you seem like the type. I hope you do, and if you don't, you should, because you'd probably, like, kill it. The thing that I'm going to show you tonight, this piece of artwork, this came from somebody that, I put out a little call to the people in the group, right? And I said, hey, listen, send me your artwork that you believe might have some type of connection to the story, to the one truth, to magic, to, what we're talking about here. And several people stepped up. And so I have a lot of pieces I'm going to be revealing over the next several days. I revealed a beautiful piece yesterday, right, from Lauren of Bacchus. Gorgeous, right? And it tied into that whole idea of the way to quiet the ego is to get it drunk on love. Because, of course, an ego drunk on love has no voice. And, just prior to that, I was speaking to Shushu, who made the comment the night before with respect to the fact that, the reason the ego is so loud is it didn't drink enough cheap wine. So the next day, I get this picture from Lauren, who painted Bacchus years ago, which is, of course, the god of debauch, right? The god of wine and everything that comes along with it. And then, it just evolved into this whole beautiful story. It was just wonderful. And so those connections are just great, and the way they come together constantly over here, I can't get enough of. And it's very special that we allow that karmic energy in, and that's what's happening here. Not only do the witches initiate in that space between the high and the low tide, but that's also what we're doing right now. We're all in the process of initiation, walking through this space and being washed clean if we allow it. And what does washed clean mean? It means get rid of all that junk that's stopping you from realizing your power, because everyone in this room is a witch of the highest order. You wield a power that this universe cowers that you don't recognize. Please don't recognize your power. It's time. And this night is permission. Permission. In this place, we walk among the dead. And so they can't distinguish us. Everybody's equal tonight. There is no light. There is no dark. There is no gray. There is only sensation. If you're a ghost, you feel it. If you're a human, you feel it. Your animals are going to feel it. The spirits revel in it. We should join them. Looks like they're onto something. Okay, seriously, yeah, the wig is getting seriously itchy. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be able to do this. Okay, but I'll hold out as long as I can. I'll do it for you. Rebirth for me is falling down, then getting up. Can we take a moment, please, and recognize the absolute bullseye truth of what Yenna said right there? Rebirth for me is falling down and getting back up. That's the beautiful magic of reincarnation. I don't think I've ever heard that spoken more elegantly than that statement right there. Please, somebody like jot that. That's. Let me get a text file going of like pearls here, because really, Yennis, you're gonna drop wisdom like that 5 minutes into my stream? It's gonna be a good night. Okay. Wow, good stuff. Okay. You don't mind if I post that, do you? Like, can I put that on my on that community tab? Is that cool? Am I allowed to do that? All right, hang on. Save as. Okay, pearls from sewing. Oh yeah. And save. Okay, great. Awesome. Cool. Keep them coming. Where's Shoo Shoo? He's going to drop some, I bet you. He's good for it. He's good for 2 or 3. Yanida, thank you for coming in. How you doing? Hermosa diosa. There's some special people in here tonight. I tell you what, there's this like weird wave of like shedding some nonsense. If there's I'm not going to ever speak a name or call anybody out on anything specific, other than to say there are multiple people in this room right now that are going through major change. I'm one of them. And there's some other people going through some major, it's just great. It's just awesome. And you know what kind of change they're going through? The best kind, the only kind. It's actually not even change. It's just sort of realizing what you already are and just dropping the mask. I'm going to symbolically do it in a minute when I take this itchy wig off. I don't know, I like it though. You know what I noticed looking at the screen here? The shirt that I'm wearing right now, okay? I picked the shirt very particularly because it's a very warm purple. It's actually like a hot purple. You see this cloth back here? That's the color my shirt looks like to my eyes. And this to me on the camera looks blue. So this purple is what my shirt looks like to me. And this looks magenta. So very strange. I don't know what you guys see on the screen, but yeah, just color is weird, right? Mm-hmm. So what's everybody's plans for Halloween? Who's gonna win the contest this year? It's probably not gonna be me. I didn't have enough time to plan anything awesome, and so I'm just gonna be boring. But anyone have any good costume ideas this year? I've thought about doing a couple of things but I never really got like locked into the idea, so I didn't execute this year. I don't know what I'm going to wind up doing, but we'll see. I have a lot of costume ideas that require 2 people. Those are never fun, but if you don't have the right partner that's willing to get into kind of crazy stuff with costumes, I'm not sure who I would use for that. Some of the things that I want to do would be really cool. One thing I want to do is to build a 7-headed Hydra, but that would take a lot of people, Unless each person uses their own head and then 2 hands for 2 heads, so that's 2 people can get away with 6, and then we'd have to figure out what to do with the 7th head, but it would at least require 2 people. Every day is Halloween for me? No, honey. Every day is Halloween for everybody else around you. You are Halloween, that's right. And you should be damn proud of that. Okay. Buenas noches. Hermosos días. Thank you for coming in. That's so great. Wednesday Addams. Oh, I thought about being Wednesday, and I'm not kidding. I've done it. I've done crazier stuff. It's cool. Yeah, that reminds me of Beetlejuice. I am so alone. And then she scratches it out. I am so utterly alone. Winona, you're great. Winona Ryder, you're great. I love you. Although, I was born in 1975, so I'm kind of in the sweet spot to have grown up with a crush on Winona Ryder, and I did. Heathers? Heathers is like, for people who just saw the movie once, it just hit them and went, oh, wow, that really was an amazing... Heathers is an amazing movie. Actually, Heathers is a great movie to watch during Halloween. It's one of those crazy, wacko murder movies, right? Come on. Christian Slater? When's the last time, you remember young Christian Slater? That's a fun movie. Heathers. Extra oregano. Wow, I remembered that line. That's a great movie. Good stuff. Anyway, so, yeah, I love that movie, Sent to Visit. Really? Yeah. I love Vermont. I spent a good chunk of time there, and it's a beautiful place. Good energy out there. All right, so the wig's coming off. All right, so, but I promise I'm going to have a new wig, a different wig, after the break, so don't worry. And it's not purple. I'll tell you why, it's not purple. I will put the hat back on, though. Okay. That's a little better, right? Happy Halloween. Oh, man, that was itchy. Some of those wigs that really get you, I don't know. I like the ones that are a little more natural, but they're so expensive. I think I have one left. That was, made by like an expert wig maker, and you go and you have it styled, and so it really, but, there we go. That's better, right? Where's the skull? Somewhere in there. There's a... East Corinth. I was in a town called Marshfield, right out of St. Johnsbury. Danbury's out there. No, not Danbury. What was it? Was it Danbury? No, Barry, not Danbury. Barry, Vermont. Yeah, that's where all the lawyers live. And then Marshfield, St. Johnsbury, Plainfield, Cabot. It was cool. It was really, really nice up there. It's gorgeous. And the people are amazing. It's just a great place. The winters are not a joke. You really have to, you have to have a certain kind of gumption to get through the winters up there. But, you get used to it, I suppose. Living in New York, I got used to it. So, shoo, what's happening, man? How's it going? Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, angels and demons, the one, the only. He's loved so nice, we named him twice. Shoo, ladies and gentlemen, Shoo is in the house, and he's ready to rock, roll, and get dark, baby. It's time to get dark. So we had some fun today, man. When this came out the way that it did, and I decided to do the second one, that was the masculine version, it was like, okay, let's do this. But then it dawned on me today, it was like, okay, well, I have to make a third one because, there has to be this every two is a third. I have to honor the algorithm. And so I was kicking around different ideas about how to do that, right? And so the first thing that I thought, and I don't know if she's here, I'm not sure 100% who spit the name out, but I thought it was kind of great, and I think I'm going to go with it. I think what I'm going to call the combination of the two to read it together, the final working, and we're going to go through it tonight, it has to have a name. And it was the, what did I name it? I put it in the description. When worlds collide. Worlds colliding, the dance, right? The dance. Worlds colliding. And that's going to be pouring these two into this tray together and then reading it. It's gorgeous. And now there's a very specific technique that we're going to use that I haven't shown yet, which is the significator. So this is the 3 beads that are in there to represent the 3 letters. And what we're going to do is that this is going to go into this, and this is going to go into this. And they're going to have a spot in that tray, and that spot is going to be like a significator. Read the stones around that specifically in respect to the unification of these 2. It's like a love reading. How does this one feel? How does that one feel? And then where are they in their shared space, right? Because the beauty of the bead method here is the idea that it kind of creates a 3-dimensional space that you're navigating. It's not like cards on a table. And it's alive. Pardon me, do you mind if I take the hat off, guys? Can I take off the hat? If you tell me to put it back on, I will, because I can't say no to you, and you know it. So be nice. It's not like tarot where we're kind of stuck in a linear fashion where we're, reading cards on a page, and then we have to shuffle and get more cards, and you run out of space. This is the whole space. This is everything. And then we can shuffle it. We can move it around and see how it evolves over time. What's it going to be, next week? And then when we combine these 2 in the larger dish, we can play more because there's more space, and we're using both energies of the male and the female in the reading at the same time. Plus, we're combining their significators, so we can see how they play. Do the significators get close together, far apart? Where are they on the pentagram? Is one in the heart, one in the mind, so on. It's going to be great. Wait till you see this reading. And now, so I did this, obviously. I wanted to see how it felt in this bowl. I wanted to see how these colors melded, because I've never used these 2 before. These beads are the first time I put these 2 oracles together. It's my math, but these are brand new. So how are they going to play? Maybe they won't get along. Maybe they're besties, and they better not go there because it'll ruin it. Nope, it was good. So we got them together, hey, why don't you guys take a walk and see how it... and next thing you know, they came back with a kid. True story. And he's under here. And it has a name. So. And then finally, I have another oracle which is completely unique from anything I've shown here. I'm sure there's people here that have their own. And it's something that is going to be living. And my application for it might be a little unique. I'm going to use it to read you in a very interesting way. And just to spoil it, what I'm going to be doing is opening up a box full of trinkets. A lot of the stuff that you're seeing here came from different methods, but primarily yard sales, antique shops, broken jewelry, and very interesting little trinkets that wind up just through my working and through something in them, the psychometric process of recognizing the energy. There's some very, very powerful magic in there. And some of it is nothing. Some of it's just nothing. And so we're going to have an interesting exercise tonight about everyone picking a piece, and then we're going to read it, decide what the message is for you, and then we're going to also kind of poll the room and see if it has magical energy or are we just stretching. And it's going to be a good exercise, a lot of fun. And this is a very fun oracle that everyone can put together on their own, and it grows and it builds and it's alive. And so you can, every time you find a new little trinket that you think is going to... I threw in an infinity symbol today. I threw in a yin-yang. I threw in a camel for the letter Gimel for the High Priestess, right? And so there's a lot of different things in here, and we're going to take a peek. And then a couple of 3-4 people will tell me the first thing that they saw. I'm going to pick that thing out, and we're going to talk about it, okay? And so that's a really, really cool oracle. And then I have the final, which is this little thing here that I want to show you guys, which is basically a mini version of this in a portable little box. It's just really adorable, and I think you're going to like it. Because what it really comes down to here is trying to recognize that when you are learning the tarot, if that's what you want to do, then that's what you're going to do. But if you want to learn what the tarot unlocks, then that's what you're going to do. And you have that power. You can do that. And what the tarot does is it provides a vocabulary to everything. And so it really ultimately just comes down to the question that you're asking, and then using that vocabulary. So if you ask the right question, you'll get truth instead of answers. And if you use the right vocabulary, you can read the room instead of the cards, or any environment. And so that's where this kind of idea derived of all those 25 years ago. And so you can read a room just by looking around and looking at the color, the density, the shape, and all these things. Well, you can take that a step further, right? And so that's what we're going to be playing with tonight. It's a lot of fun when you see it happen. That's the whole point of this, is not just to sell an oracle or to, because that's actually not what I'm doing. I'm hoping you'll make your own. I'm going to describe the math tonight about how to do that, and just give you some tips on what I think works best over the years. I've made my mistakes. I've done some learning. And just some things that I think work. If you're going to use it for tarot, or if you're going to use it for divinatory purposes or meditation. And then the final use for it, Luana, how's it going? Thanks for stopping on. I'm so glad you're here. Is magical. Using it to manifest, using it as an actual tool to invoke, to evoke, to manifest, to bring forth, and it works. This particular oracle here, the round one, is particularly good for that, with respect to a pentagram magic or pentacle magic. And so instead of casting the pentagram in the air with a wand, you do it in the dish, in the correct order, with the correct intention, while adding each bead of the specific element relevant. It's very powerful. It's kind of a combination of high and low magic, and it's beautiful. And it works. How do I know? Because I am manifesting stuff all over the place. Take it from me. So, good stuff. So, where do we begin? What should we do first? Do you guys want to see the trinket box? Or do you want to see the baby? The baby's going to blow you away, because here's the deal. I'm being dramatic, but I'm not. Obviously, these oracles did not have a baby, but they did. The energy that these two things put together in my mind, swimming around my heart of wanting to share this with you people, putting it together to the capacity that it's here to show you, and then the connection that we all had with it. I said, you know what I want to do? I've wanted to do this my whole life. Create tools in order that you can teach your children to become psychics. And there's a lot of techniques for doing that. And I think that there needs to be more books, more tools, more toys that inadvertently trick your children into building their intuition without them knowing it. We already trick them into math. We trick them into colors. We trick them into shapes. Why can't we trick them into psychic? Why can't we trick them into truth? We can. And so this tool was not just designed to do what these other oracles do. It's designed to present it in a way that is absolutely meant to be in their hand, not fragile, shook, thrown, dropped, played with. The color patterns are going to make a lot of sense to them. And then you are going to apply some techniques, and you work with them on the elemental language. And you're going to begin to teach them the elemental language and what that means. And the idea will begin to form in their mind of these different connections. And what you're going to wind up with is a mind that understands the connections in the world, understands the beautiful, unique connections of all the different colors, and that they're all the same but different and all have their own role. I think that's kind of an important lesson for a child. And to trust that voice. When's the last time you heard a child being taught actively to trust that voice? Never. You don't learn that until you're in your 20s, and it's too late because you're already kind of like stuck in your ways, right? Then you got to pay somebody thousands of dollars, or if you have insurance, you're lucky, to lay on a couch, take some meds. To undo that, it's a great tool, and you're going to love it. And it works. So, I just got paranoid that my stream went down, so I'm going to peek. I hope it didn't go down. Nope. Okay. So, here we go. Underneath this tray. Isn't that beautiful that we have the symbol of the dance? Remember the dance? The Rosalila? The Rosalila? Right. It's really just, Vishnu dreaming. So, who wants to see it? It's so adorable. Now, I want to just be clear before I lift the bowl. It's designed for children. All right, so keep that in mind. All right, this is designed for individuals who are looking to connect with and speak to their divine feminine. This is an oracle in order to speak to divine feminine, and it does it expertly. This is an oracle that was designed to speak to your divine masculine. It was designed by and for that. You see the box, isn't that great? Come on. The King of Sword, the fiery part of Sword, the communication of the will. Love that. And that's a box which has trinkets in it to speak the truth. Awesome. But now underneath here what we have is the same thing, but designed to speak to not your inner child, but to speak to the raw core archetypal elements of this language. It teaches the alphabet first, and then it teaches words, and then it teaches everything. Because it literally has the same mathematics. There's no difference. And so it affords the same access. But the presentation is different. And so here we have this beautiful brass dish, quite shallow, so nothing's really buried underneath too much. All right, we have glass, we have metal, we have shell, we have copper and hand-painted copper. Really, it's very lovely. And here we have a more rugged wood teak, because why not? We have some seashells, conch. Not sure, but it has some weight to it. They're pretty heavy. Brass. And I added a few pieces, which I'll talk about. Then we have I can't wait for you guys to see this. Are you ready? This is so adorable. It's for children, made for children. For parents to teach their children to be psychic. That's right. This is a clear Christmas ornament full of erasers, and I broke a piece of pencil, and that is the significator. That is that, you know, the wand. That is the elements, okay? That's that pencil in there. And now the erasers, you have red for fire, yellow for air, green for earth. You have the blue for water, and then those purple ones are the witnesses, okay? Isn't that something? I mean, anyone who's really worked with children knows that there's something to this. First of all, it's kind of big, right? They get to hold it in their hand, and it's significant. And I'll tell you what, pound, maybe a little under a pound, but it's got weight. It's got weight. I mean, you're talking about 24 erasers, right? Plus a pencil, plus the other 5, right? Or so 29 erasers, right? There's 29 erasers in here, plus that little broken pencil. It's something very satisfying about shaking this, you know, shuffling. And now, this is a very interesting form factor, and I've tried to do it a couple of different ways over the years, and it's never really worked out, and this is just, I'm so happy I bumped into this. Here's the deal. It stays flat when you shake it. It can be put down. It can be spun. And now here's the important one. Let's say you go through the circumstance and then you come to a conclusion, but you now want some additional guidance and you need to shuffle. Okay, you ready? You turn it over. Turn it over, you're going to the next iteration. Turn it over instead of the next iteration. It's the same idea as these, but the shuffling is contained, right? And so you don't have to be concerned about there being a mess or flying away or whatever the case may be. And you can also hang it on your tree, and it's just sitting there. And anytime you want, you pull it off the tree, you shake it, you've got your oracle. And it works. It's just as effective when you know the vocabulary. And you could easily just zoom on in there and say to yourself, okay, well, there's a lot of fire and spirit right now, but right at the tip of that is that air. And so spirit is communicating all kinds of will down here. And now there's a mixture underneath. And again, over here is going to be your fire. Over here is going to be your earth, right? And so this is your will. This is your pentacle, the thing that you want to bring manifest, and so forth. And now, you don't have to read that method. There's another method that you can read, which is just only read the significator, meaning that you grab your oracle, flip it around, shake it around, do your shuffling, whatever the case, right? Or give it to the person you're reading and have them shake it. but whatever is comfortable for you or them. And then put it down and see where the significator is. It's right there. And first of all, it's pointing toward Earth. And secondly, Earth is covered in wand. Right? And so, bam. Or the significator is buried, but is pointing straight down, which is in between Earth and fire. Right? And so the direction of the significator matters. And that's why in this case, it kind of has a shape that is indicative. It could be an arrow. You could have it start at fire and go to water, or water and go to fire. But point is that it has directionality, right? And this doesn't. It kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. And so it would be applied a little different. And in this case, the way that I've read it typically is I remove all of the witnesses and I put one back, right? And why I put that one back is for that reason. It becomes the significator. And now there is a hole. Every bead has a hole, and that hole implies a vector, a direction, right? And so you could use a round bead to imply a direction to read it the same way. And it's very effective for that. And so if you've got something like this, then you don't need to do that because this implies a direction, right? It looks like it's pointing there, this is pointing there, or if you decide that blue is up, it's pointing there, whatever the case. Right? This is your fire, air, and water. Or in something like this, then the bead itself has a hole. And so if it's landed this way, then you know the beads are going that way. Or if it's pointed that way, then it's pointed this way, right? It's just dependent upon what the vector of the bead is, the hole in the bead, okay? And so that's the idea of using a witness bead, in this case the pencil, in this case this three-beaded system, to be the significator, or more importantly too, like the placement in the spread, right? The positional meaning. Now, another way to do that, I'm going to reveal in this as well, which is that there's 5 of these beads, and they're all different instead of all the same, and each one is a different element, and so that will be the spirit, right? Fire, water, air, earth, or mind, body, spirit, heart. So that said, they're all unique, but they all tell the same story, which I think is a very, very important lesson here in what I'm trying to do with this whole thing here. What I'm trying to do here, my goal is to compel you to make one, right? I want you to go and say, wait a minute, this thing's like $1 at Walmart, and I can get a package of erasers for a few. That's right. You can make one of these for a couple of bucks. You want to make a prettier one? I went looking today at some a little more digging on Amazon, and I found some good bead stuff. But basically 20 beads for about $15. Now, the reason that I didn't jump on that is because they're perfectly round, polished 8mm beads, and they're all the same, right? So they're this exact size. But they're all the exact same color, and it's quite boring. And so, I think one of the things that's interesting about this visually is that each bead is a different texture too. It's not just a different color. They're different materials. They're different shapes. They're different configurations altogether, right? Each bead is completely unique. And I'm not sure, I haven't looked at it yet, what the effect would be if they were all the same bead with different color. I'm not sure. Oh, really? Your cat's doing the keyboard thing? Where? Every time your cat does keyboard thing, we get learning. Oh, I know. It really is something. Here's another really cool thing, too. You could give this as a gift to a teacher, and they'll have no idea you handed them an oracle. Right? Who's got teachers in the family? Awesome. Was it you? Vesta, was it you? Worlds Colliding? I added a byline. I finally came up with the byline. Worlds Colliding, the dance. Now, I think I need to add another word to that. It's not quite done yet, because it needs to imply that you're the one doing the dancing. And so how about give in to the dance? Worlds colliding. Give in to the dance. Da la mala. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, so worlds collide. Give in to the dance. Colliding, collide. Singular. Here it goes. This is the final word. Souls collide. Give in to the dance. Let's see. Who wants to dance? Let's do it. I mean, here it is. I didn't bring this out here to like just cover up some erasers. No. So this dish is great. It's very similar to the other dish, but slightly different finish. What I like about it is it has this beautiful symmetry, this hexagonal symmetry. You see the six-sided star, the six-petaled flower, and the six-petaled flower. Beautiful symmetry. Plus also, since I'm a hermeticist, I counted the holes. Okay, and so the top, the top ring of there's 30 around, and there's 2 down each, and so it's basically there's 120 holes. How beautiful is that? There's 4 by 30 holes, just great. And there's a hexagonal symmetry in the artwork on the inside, and so kind of works. And so now, what should we do? Should I read, and then dance? Okay, I need to write it down because it was channeled at the moment, and so let's just get it down. The name Souls Collide, because it was really pretty, and I kept running it through my head. Worlds collide, and it was, but something about it was, and then it dawned on me, right here, right now. So I want to make sure I get it written down and I don't forget it. Souls collide. Okay. All right. Oh, this is for later when we want to, call those demons. Okay, good. Yeah. Sewing, baby. Sewing. You think I'm going to waste this holiday? Heck no. Okay. So, okay. Read, then dance. Love it. Absolutely. Then I have no choice. Okay. Souls. Collide. Give in to the dance. Give in. Let's not jump to that conclusion. Let's just sit on that for a minute. Succumb to the... No, that sounds... not. Be consumed by... No. Give in. Okay, great. All right, what does everybody think of the name? Souls collide, give in to the dance. And then, and it's going to be... And then we pour them together into the bowl and we let them do their, their love. Spoiler, that wasn't the baby. This is the one that I made for your kids. This is not the baby. This is the baby. It's in here. Here it is. So much fun. What a great little box, too. Isn't that a great little box? I love that. It has that kind of raw carnival vibe, like it's been around and done stuff. Like with the guy at the fair who it runs the stuff. That looks like he's shady, but he's actually a warlock at night. And this is a magic box, and he's done a lot of magic with it, and so all the edges are kind of rubbed off, and it's like raw paint. Wait till you see the outfit we picked for the baby. It's adorable. It's to die for. Really, the colors are great. You're going to love it. But all kidding aside. And so, all right, let's do this. Let's read with this first, and then we'll read with that, and then we'll make love. So, what do you want to do? What kind of reading would be good to start with? Blessed be. Merry meet. What do you think would be a good place to start with this, to do like a quick first reading? I don't want to take too long because I want to do the deed, right? And get these two oracles mixed together and do a really cool reading that way. Because once it's consummated on screen, we can show you the baby, right? And let me, you okay? Oh, he's chilly? Okay. I'm going to put him aside to be warm. You're going to love it. It's adorable. You're going to want to give it a hug. So, we need some kind of direction to direct the reading. I could do a general one, but that's just no fun. Oh, guess what? You're going to love it. You just wait. I have another empty one. You know why I have another empty one? Because after the souls collide, you may want to hold them in your hand together. That's right. This one's for mommy and daddy. It's great. And you know what? I tested it. It's a blast. Having both of these put together in that one thing, and you get to just like turn it over. You have the significators. It's so much fun. So, Witch Porn 101. Right? So really, big deal, right? Oh my God, I say those to myself. Those are my exact... Just get out of my head, Missy. I say those exact words to myself every night when I lay down. I have so much to do when I get up. And you know what I do? Not sleep. That's what I do. It's a true story. I'm actually a government experiment. They just give me a shot and I haven't slept in like 7 hours or 7 days. 8 days? 7 days. 4 years. I don't know. There's so much going on right now that there's a lot of different subjects we could read on. Let's see if the hat gives me any wisdom. I don't know. Should I embody my divine feminine? Let's see. If the stream drops, I'm burning this mask forever. Okay. There we go. That's better. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. That's a dead marker. That one's not so dead. Maybe read something Halloween vibes. I'm not sure what that means. That's true. Let's see. I have a great one. Has anybody in this room ever been burned as a witch in a past life? Great stuff. That would be interesting. I'm not sure if I've been burned. I might have been hung. I have a weird kind of sensation. That's why I don't wear tight necklaces. It's always, if I'm going to wear anything around my neck, it's got to be loose and like over my shirt. And, you know, it's like I don't do that well. I don't like things around my neck. Cord magic is uncomfortable, but I give in. But only for you. But that said, though, yeah. Okay. Let's see. What's a good place to start? Now, in this particular case, I'm not going to be reading the elemental. I'm going to be shuffling it with the witness bead, and we're going to use that as the significator to look at the area of the dish that we're supposed to be reading, okay? And so I'm going to be taking this mask off because it's not working. That's better. I love you too, baby. Doesn't she have pretty eyes? That's my favorite thing about her. It's like I can see into forever. Shuffle. So, what we can do here is we can just take a look at like where the significator landed and what's surrounding the energy of that area right now. So let's just lift it up and show you. Right? What we have here is a relatively even distribution of will or wand and sword, so masculine. But over here we have this like weird separation of the body with that cup right there. All right, see that cup right there? And now if we read that and what that is talking about here we have King of Pentacle, here we have King of Sword, here we have Princess of Sword, here we have the Prince of Cup, right? And when you consider the dynamics of these elemental connections here, it's an interesting idea because we have the one thing is like speak will. Here's what I want. Like, it's okay to speak the will, or somebody who's loud and kind of active about that can be a dominant energy, right? Now this connection right here, though, is a little different because what we have here is heart, not will. And what heart is, and this is a really, really important lesson actually. What heart is taking what the will wants and passing it through the ego. And then it goes into the heart. Now, if you allow that to be the thing, then the heart gets filled by lies, and then you wind up being hurt, right? Because God bless. But the heart doesn't know the difference between lies and truth. It just wants to be known. It doesn't care. The heart, it takes everything in. It has no regard for attention. So it's up to us to decide what to put in there. And now what we do with that is that we receive divine love, and then we pass it through the ego, and the ego usually keeps it and says, "Oh no, take me instead." And that doesn't work, right? So we have this thing here where the will is being communicated, but here you're wanting to manifest the heart. So you're speaking one thing and making something else. There's this idea of that dichotomy can maybe potentially cause a problem. And if we look at the core of the actual reading itself, the top part here is 3 cups, right? Which is all kinds of emotion. And the 3 is a very powerful number for those 3 to be connected there with that clump here of the cups, is the idea of that the competing emotions. And it's same thing around the manifestation at the same time. And so there's this really interesting conflict which has become obvious, right? And so let's take a look at what or how the conflict arises over here, because what this is basically saying is that this is a relationship between a man and a woman, and the man is speaking his kind of raw desire, and she is trying to get him to give her what she wants to make it physically manifest, and he doesn't know how to do that. He just is able to speak his want. It's kind of like a selfish communication going here. And she is, he's speaking first and she's feeling first, and that's not working, right? And so that's going to stop her from getting what she wants as far as physically manifested, and he doesn't care. He's too busy because he's surrounded by his will and all that nonsense. So now let's take a look at how this works from his perspective. This is what she's feeling. Let's see what he's feeling. Now I added a few pieces to the boy, right? I added the 5 of these. I had to find them. It took me a day, but I added 5 of these as the witnesses. Okay, so they're very different than the female witnesses, which are these beautiful copper hand painted floral, right? These are very angular. They're flat, speckled, and like a semi-gem kind of cut to them. So they're very man-made looking as well, but on an angular sense as opposed to a smooth. Okay, and so I added 5 of those to represent that, and I'm going to remove 4 and put them with the other witnesses. And what this does is it's going to leave a significator, just like before. And now I'm going to pick a light one. There's one that's a little bit lighter, and I kind of like that, so I'm going to use that one. Back in board. Okay, so now let me put these here. There we go. Oh, let's leave that out. Very interesting. Since I've been playing with this, I recognize something. Whenever I lift the cup wand, right, the wand cup, whenever I lift it out, it rings, which is just great. So as you're using it, it sings. It makes an interesting noise as you're shuffling or as you're using it, right? It's also really great. I'm just going to put it aside and do it with my fingers. It's really fun. It's very satisfying to get your hands in there and just dig in. There's something to that. It's a fun experience, right? Okay, so there's a few ways we can read this, and let's read it both ways. The first way is I'm just going to do that and leave it. And now let's take a look at what we're looking at here, because our significator here is this bead. Okay? And it was pointed like this in this direction, right? It's not pointed up, right? It wasn't pointed down. It was sort of pointed in this direction. Right? Roughly like that. Okay, and so we're looking at this area, and we're also going to be looking at the fire center of that person, the will, the wand, as the major, like, pay attention to this. And this is the energy of the male, which came up in the female's reading with respect to he's the one speaking that will, and she's the one that's trying to manifest her heart, but she's not talking. How are you going to enroll somebody in your will if you don't speak? What have I said over and over again on the channel? What I've said is, and this is everything, the one speaking is the one creating, right? The act of speaking is the act of creation. And so, yeah, kind of important that you speak. And if you are attempting to manifest your heart without talking, it's not going to work. All right, so. And remember, this is the significator. Okay. Kind of looks like a brown stink bug. Doesn't it? Almost like a mini scarab. Okay. So let's take a look. So this significator is pointed right at the will, right? It was pointed kind of down that way. And so let's give that a shuffle. And then we'll give it a quick read with respect to the other end of this relationship. All right, now in this case, it looks like, depending upon the direction, which I always feel like that the fire is the active part, and so that's the point it's pointing at. It starts at the blue and points toward the red, and so it's now shifted toward pointing at water, the heart. And now notice that the source of that is devoid. There's nothing behind it. It's going into this circumstance, and what it's traveling through first is a bunch of fire. There's his will, and this oracle, these are the fire, like white hot with the flecks. He's moving through a lot of will, and then there he goes into his swords again. In this particular oracle, the swords are the shells, right? And so it's going through. He's speaking through there. And before he even gets to that center, the heart of what he's attempting to talk to, he's blocked by some earth, and then finally gets to a little bit of a cup. Like you can start to synthesize that message emotionally just a little bit, but it's just a nick. It's all fire, 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 a little bit of earth, more fire. So everything is physical for this person. It's taking that raw and then putting it through pentacle, as opposed to heart, right? And so let's try to take a look at why that is. Like, is there a certain motivation that led him to this behavior, or is he just a selfish person? Because some people are selfish. Some people are the product of behavior, and they were just taught wrong. Or maybe they don't understand, or maybe they're scared. So let's find out why. So now I'm going to ask a direct question, and I'm going to pull 2 beads. The question is why is this person so hung up on his will, and not open to really, frankly, communicating in any other way? There's no heart communication. There's no mind communication. There's no soul communication. It's all body. And that includes appetites. Probably overeats, or when he eats, he gavons, right? Or, possibly knows it's bad, but continues to do certain behaviors because, I'm a grown person and tied up idea. There's going to be excess physically. Maybe some type of obsessive compulsive behavior related to consumption of drugs, alcohol. He doesn't just smoke; he'll smoke 2 packs a day. There's an excess. Probably a workaholic, works hard. Is always busy. That type. And so let's take a look at what is the source of that. Like, is it reactionary, or is it a character thing, or is it something that emerged? Let's take a look. You never know. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just randomly pick 2 beads, and then we're going to go from there. Okay. Okay. Fire. Right. There is more of that fire. All right. This person is very, very focused on body, and part of that might be a coping mechanism. Okay. This is the witness. This is a spirit stone. There's only one in there, and I grabbed it. Okay, so this person is absolutely just not in it emotionally at all, and is actually not vested at all. There's no value. This person is in as much in this relationship, believe it or not, as they are any other little thing in their life. It's just like another little thing, and if it went away, it'd be like, okay, yeah, no big deal, whatever. Unless or except it's expressing physically. And when it's expressing physically, he's all in. Strange. Not really. Because you knew that. So that said, though, what we now have is some learning that's taken place, right? Clearly, she's unsatisfied with that, and rightfully so. And clearly, he couldn't care less. And so what we need to do is to now combine these 2, and we can get into some more deeper learning about this relationship. Excuse me. With respect to, are there ways that these karmic energies can be put together so that we have a positive outcome, or is it just going to be, bad across the board? And so we can find out, right? And what I'm going to do first is just kind of put this up here. And then we're going to catch up on the chat. I've missed the entire chat for probably 40 minutes now. So I looked up at 1:11:26. How cool is that? I love that. I looked up at an hour, 11 minutes, and 26 seconds. Did you guys see this, by the way? Right? I mean, come on. That's just, I've made tools for children before. Basic stuff. Ideas of like mini tarot decks that are 5 small cards and 10 big cards, just to get the idea of what that means. All kinds of little tools. But this is great because it's, they can grow with it. They can go from this, into cards. They can go from this into runes, I Ching. Or just keep it like this. And here's something you can carry with you your entire life. Your entire life. How long did it take me to throw this together? Right? These took a while because I was very, what do I do with the beads? And you know, I'm a graphic designer, I'm a visual thinker, and the colors had to harmonize and the shapes had to harmonize. For this, I knew what I was going to do. It had to be something related to kids. You know, it had to have a youthful kind of energy about it. And it also had to be safe. Safe to shake really hard, safe to drop, safe to like not be afraid to use. And I thought, oh, rubber is great, right? And the broken pencil I thought was nice because I need an item to be a separate item that has some indication of a direction or directionality, a spin. Like this has spin because there's a hole in the bead, right? And so that gives us a directionality. And so that idea is present with that pencil. And so I'm just so jazzed about it because in all these different times in my life that I tried to put together a tool for a child, I've never come across one this elegant. And been confident that the system's actually there. An adult reader, if I handed this to a master tarot reader, they would look at it and not in a little while immediately see it. Oh, wow, okay, there's fire, water, earth, air. Okay, great, they're clumped together. There's a lot of will right there, but there's a little less of the communication. It's equal with the manifestation, but will is all right there. The will is the big gravity's well right here. And on the bottom, in the fire center, is all the cups. All the cups are in fire. There he is again. This person keeps manifesting tonight. Somebody out there is just like all over, just will. Which is kind of can be good under the right circumstances, right? If integrated, if controlled, if respected. Okay, so they're back together and they're separate, right? And then the final work would be to get the bowl, combine the two together. The, what did I say it was? Souls colliding? Souls colliding or souls collide? Souls collide. Give in to the dance. Anyway, so I'm going to kick it around. I need to hear somebody speak it. Hearing myself speak it is like it's. I need to hear somebody else say it to hear what it sounds like, and that's gonna be weird. It's gonna be a couple hours. But so okay, well, let me heat up my coffee. Let's get the bowl ready. Love that. Okay. So when I get back, we'll dance, and it's going to be so much fun. Wait till you see how this reading goes, because it's really cool. You've seen what we've learned already. She's starting to recognize it, and she's getting over it. It's time to make a change, right? And he's like not even aware anything is wrong. This is the kind of person that's going to be blindsided when they talk. When they talk, this person is going to be blindsided. Although he shouldn't be. Right? So, okay. All right, so I'll be back in a moment. All I have to do is heat up my coffee and pick a wig. Have fun trying to figure out what color it is. Be back in the speed of carriage. Okay, so, who said blue? Who thought I was going to have a blue wig on when I came back? Missy, jazzed is not the word. This is the holiday of permission, right? This is the holiday where we get to just be crazy. We get to just like put on crazy costumes, and we get to say crazy things, and we get to do crazy stuff, and put on pink wigs. Mm-hmm. Don't be jelly. You can get one too. Mm-hmm. My God, I don't know what's in there, but there's something in there holding that up, and it's just great. Hey now. Well, I just caught a couple of things in this chat here that got held for review, and I'm keeping it to myself. I'm feeling great. Better now. All kidding aside, though. Let's see. Oh, I love quilts. Quilts are great. They're like just a myriad of patterns and love, and especially the random ones. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one's a lot more comfortable than the last one. I tell you what, I'll keep this on a little longer. Mm-hmm. My rosy cheeks, yeah. It's not the wig doing that. It's me looking at myself in the wig. It reminds me of that time I lost a bet and had to do I'm Just a Girl karaoke with a pink furry hat that was like this. It was great. I do it. When if I lose a bet and I got to get up and do I'm Just a Girl, I'm doing it. Oh my gosh, guess who's here? How's it going? So, what we're about to go through is actually a beautiful act. And so I think I don't know, should I keep the wig on for this? Because here we are. We're going to be doing this beautiful thing of taking these two oracles that we've now read that there's some strange nonsense going on in a relationship out there. We understand her perspective, and now we understand his. And the reading's coming out very clear, right? I mean, like, there's serious connections, and it's obvious. So let's take a look at what's going to never put a permanent marker on my eyes. I got worried I disconnected. Okay. So, yeah, could you imagine? But yeah, no, if I was going to do blush, I would have done it like a little bit better. And I also would have shadowed my eyes a little better. Like put a little light over here, a little dark over there, pop them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know makeup, but that's because I retouch. I retouch photographs. So I know how to do fake makeup. My grandma once said, blushes for whores. Ladies pinch their cheeks. That's hysterical. That one's going in here. Wow. You know what I've actually used in a crunch? Lipstick. Who's done it? Be real. Put a little whip. Just get there. Done. Like if you got to get fast, you need to get like a little pop of shade. And then just do your lipstick. Why not? And it works. So yeah. All of a sudden, everyone out there's like, I'm starting to wonder about him. I don't know, man. He's got a lot of tips on like coloring, nails. What is going on? Where is he getting these wigs? True story. So, yeah, I don't know if I should keep it on and be silly, or we should treat the act as holy. I don't know. And I mean, either. Truth be told, I don't make a pretty woman. I just don't. Nope. I love dark coffee. So the veil has been lifted and the dead walk among us. And so what kind of dead have you bumped into? I had a really fun conversation with somebody that I haven't talked to in, I don't know, 157 years. He looks like he hasn't aged a day. Sorry. I'm warning you, it's going to be a giddy night. I feel giddy. I feel like we need to lighten up. It's happening. And again, it's about permission. It's about the holiday, right? Sailor Moon. Oh my God, totally. Wait, do I have a bandana? Oh my God. I don't know. Do I still have that schoolgirl outfit? I don't think it'll fit anymore. I lost a lot of weight. It'll probably swim on me, so forget it. Mojo Jojo. But yeah, so strawberry shortcake, that's a good one. I'm not sure what this is. Okay, it's non-flammable. 100% synthetic, origin from Japan. I don't know. It is Japanese. It is Japanese. So. Who plays Magic the Gathering? It reminds me of like Chandra going out on an 80s night. Okay. There we go. Okay. Love this. Non-flammable. I guess I'm leaving it on. You know what? It's actually kind of interesting too, because what are we about to do? But we're about to unify the divine masculine and divine feminine in one space, right? And then we're going to watch the unfolding of the universe. Because now let's just be clear, from a holy perspective, all kidding aside, from a holy perspective, what we're about to do is to witness a beautiful act. This is the union of the divine feminine and the divine masculine, which are not manifest yet. They're still in Eden. Once the consummation happens, physical reality takes place. And so once they combine in the bowl, is reality actually born. So all these concepts we're talking about her finally waking up to the fact that she needs to maybe increase her level of intolerance to being treated improperly. And this idea of him just being nothing but Wand and not Karen is, or more appropriately, that's the crux of the relationship from his perspective. We're going to be able to see that manifest once we put them together, right? Oh my God, don't put Barbie Girl in my head. Oh, damn. I'm going to be singing that through December. Well, real quick, has Missy met Vesta? Maybe not. Okay, well, Vesta, first of all, I want you to Vesta meet Missy. Missy meet Vesta. Vesta is a new person that's been popping in, which is really great. And she's MHF123. Her name is Vesta. Missy has a name, a magical name in the Inner Order. She is the Maravista Shide. Right? And you have a magical name, but your magical name was the Gematria Tamora. No, was it Tamora? Yeah, we did the Tamora on Vesta, and your name is Pido. And so, Maravista, Pido. Pido, Maravista. Well, now she does. Okay. So you can call her Pido, you can call her Vesta, just don't call her late for dinner. So an MHF123, I'm not sure if she ever talked about what that meant, because I just like laid into her immediately, like, oh my God, you're like this awesome person and your name is awful. What should I call you? And she's like, I am Vesta. And I heard that. That rang across time and space, and I'm like, yep. And she is Poodle. She is Poodle. But she's a standard. I used to know a standard Poodle named Coco. Coco only spoke Icelandic. Komte. That's how you say come in Icelandic. How do I know that? Because I would tell her to get my mail. And she would. I'm not kidding. Sesta. Sesta means sit. Komte means come. What else did I learn? I don't remember. It's been years. It was in the 90s. Oh my God, she's listening to Barbie Girl. So yeah, Just to be clear, though, that when I pour these beads together into this bowl, what we're creating is a holy event, which is the union of divine masculine and feminine, and there will be a product of that, and that's in here. In here is the product of this union. So, yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm going to take the wig off, and I'm going to put it back on when we're done with the consummation, just because I want to take it seriously. I really do. We're going to have a great night of silly fun and debauchery, and we're going to get drunk on cheap wine. But in the meantime, let's at least let this be holy, right? And so let's do that. We shall honor the goddess. Okay. Okay. How's the wig head? Not so bad. Okay, I'll take it. It's good. Fine. Okay, so then. Now, as I've spoken many times, when the universe was created, the universe came into being by a word being spoken. And before you can speak a word, you need to inhale. Right? And so the universe was spoken into existence by the desire of her to be seen and known and wanted. And that want was in the form of an inhale, which tore the universe and created space. As soon as that space was created, he rushed in to find her. Isn't it beautiful? Look at that. Isn't that something? They're both there. Her beautiful colors, her shine, and his rugged angularness and shade. That interesting combination of that candy-like kind of bright colors and that are almost unnatural, and then the muted tones. It's just beautiful. Okay, so now let's just take a look at what we're looking at here, right? So what we have is both put together. And there's so many ways that we can read this, but the first thing that I like to do is to kind of just take a look at where these two pieces land. These are the two centerpieces. These are the two mother letters at their core, right? And these are really effective for that reason. When looking at the unified person, when your mind, body, soul, and heart are completely combined, this is your form, right? And so where this lands in this, you're looking at the universe, space. You're looking at your home. You're looking at the city you live in. You're looking at the state that you live in. You're looking at a snapshot of your first kiss, right? And so you have to consider, what is it you're trying to intuit? Because that's the picture that you're looking at from a holographic level, from the single particle that came into existence in a sea of nothingness based on nothing more than the probability of a particle existing, no matter how insignificant, was not zero, and it came into being, all the way up to the totality of the complete universe at the end of time. It's all here. And all you have to do is to determine what it is that you're looking for. You're looking, where in that story are you attempting to see, to hear? Because once you know that, it's easy to see, right? And so I like to take a look at these two first. We've made the combination, and the love is happening. And in that vortex, all this possibility takes place. And so stir it around. Get it really going. Try not to look. The sound is important. When the love is real, it's loud, right? This isn't some kind of crazy subdued nonsense. This isn't some kind of thing where no, this is, you have been waiting since the beginning of time to meet each other, and you finally meet eyes. And you both have completely succumbed and given to each other and said, wow, this is it. Are you going to go easy? Okay, now let's take a look at where it lands. Okay, and I'm going to zoom in and we're going to take a look at both perspectives. Now, interesting thing, look where she wound up compared to him. He's knee deep in stuff and she's out here on the edge. Okay. And now we can look at points if we want to do a pentagram reading. And I just want to be clear for what that means as far as a pentagram reading. Because what we're talking about here is if we look at any of the pentagrams here, the one on the top in the yellow seems to be a good contrast. The spirit is on top. And if we were to draw that in our minds in this circle, this would be this part of the spread, right? It would be appearing like over here. The stuff that's in the top portion, this area, right? This area right here, roughly. Okay, and we can use that same learning. Scorpio is on the right-hand side, which is air, Aquarius, water, and so forth, right? And then we have, or Scorpio is water, but is represented as air in the new aeon. This diagram, and this is potentially a danger for newbies, this diagram contains some information that's pretty esoteric. And one of those is the fact that at the new aeon, there is a swap of the elements of water and air. And you'll see that Scorpio is now represented as an eagle, right? And Aquarius is represented as a human figure. But their position swaps, which is a strange thing when there's some kind of holy, esoteric, secret reason that actually is kind of very profound and significant, but is out of the scope of this. But so the point, though, is that just go with what you know. Scorpio is water, and just stick with that. Even though it's a bird, and it seems perhaps a little unintuitive when you're looking at this symbol, but that's because this is the Rosicrucian language. And if you're not a Rosicrucian, then that symbolism is a little weird. But it's still a good diagram for those who are not an adherent to their wisdom. Just recognize that that bird is actually a water sign. And I know it's a little weird, but that's just, I know. They always got to complicate things, the Rosicrucians. So we understand that would be the water center. This would be the air center. This would be the earth, and that would be fire, right? So it's that idea. And now you can do it this way as well. You can starting at spirit, go fire, water, air, earth, right? Fire, water, air, earth. And just by kind of drawing that in your head, you can memorize that diagram. And then there's a different order for the divine order in the higher world, right? You swap air and water. Making sense now? So at the end of the day, that's what we do. The second way we can do this is to just read the significators, right? The individual significators of the male and the female and the circumstance and where they landed in this space, in this current snapshot. Okay. And then finally, we can read the elemental beads, right? Which is a little difficult in this circumstance because these beads are all unique, or they're not unique, they're all the same. And so it's hard to differentiate which one is fire, water, air, and earth, and I don't read them that way. These are witnesses, but are also the idea of what are the areas that are drawing influence. And very importantly, you'll notice that there's a separation between some of them. And it's the same thing with the masculine, which are these. These are the masculine witnesses, don't forget, right? And so you'll notice that these two are together, but over here, she's separate from all of his. And we can get a sense of what is the ratio of hers compared to his witnesses. The deacons, are they getting along? Because if the deacons don't get along, they're going to go back to her and go, I don't know, I don't think I like him. He was rude to me. I don't know. He hit on me. Right? And so it's not going to work out. You have to enroll her friends. And so it's that idea. And if the friends aren't getting along, it's going to be weird. And so let's just take a look at that. Because the fact here is that that's exactly what we're seeing right here. Let me get a pointer for you guys. That's exactly what we're seeing right here, right? We have her and then his two right here. So there's a good union in the Earth Center. So there's going to be, they're going to work well. Bills are paid. So physically things are well. There's a good physical understanding between these two people karmically. You can see that. Karmically, there's a good physical relationship. Now let's look at the heart center, right? And that's going to be here. Looks like she's all alone, right? Here we have her. He's not here. Her. He's over here. I see his energy over here, all over the place, all over the physical. He loves that physical. Let's look at down here. This is the fire center, the will, the drive to just to be clear, the will is not just physical will. The will here talks about your appetites. To go and enjoy the world together, to go eat and drink together, to enjoy life together. It's not just about the drives. This is the thing that motivates you to live, right? And there's a lot of communication happening. There's a lot of emotion happening, but there's very little spirit fueling that. These are just going through motions. All of her spirit is in spirit. This is like a psychic person. See this? 3 spirits in spirit. Motivated by his wand, communication on her and his, there is some communication, but it's not driven from the right place. It's coming from him all up in the physical, and she's just like planted in spirit. And so now what we can do is take a pause, and we're going to shuffle, and then we're going to see, ask a question first, which is that, what should we do to maybe help this along a little bit, right? And now I'm going to pay close attention to this, which is his individual 3-point, and I'm going to pay attention to this, which is hers. This is a different bead because it's the one that's kind of like the significator in his. It's his wand, but from a will perspective, right? And so let's take a look at that. So we're going to shuffle, which is so satisfying. Really, you got to do this. Go get a bowl. Go get some stones. Build one of these. They're so easy. Okay. And if not, then call me and I'll make you one, and we'll work out a price, whatever the material is, plus whatever's fair for the working. But I'll be happy to make one. For newbies, looks like he runs a cult of lesbies. We all look like we are flirting with each other. Divine feminine empowerment bleeds in this class. Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, well, see, that's just for somebody who's walked into the room and doesn't know what a coven of witches looks like, right? That's what it looks like. Okay. Here we are again. Wow, she keeps popping out separate. This particular reading is that she is like in a different world. She's in a different orbit than this individual. His vector is pointed in between, coming from heart into mind. Yeah, he is exiting emotion. The emotion is gone, is going into mind. She is stuck in heart. He is leaving heart into mind. The physical and the will center are equal for her, but he's stuck in physical. There's still no fire for him. She has good fire. There's great physicality here. They have a good connection, but so what? I mean, if you could pick up 5 people in a bar and 3 of them are going to feel good. 4. You get the one that doesn't know what he's doing. But you get the idea, right? That's not what matters. That's easy. That's built into us. Birds do it. Bees do it. Come on. So it's at the end of the day, all I'm seeing over and over again here is that. And so now we can apply the algorithm here to learn the answer, because ultimately his moving from heart into mind and you being stuck there with this idea of having a good physical relationship while there's no spiritual center for any of it. She's manifesting it all over the place. These are her pentacles. right? So, yeah. Yep. Okay. So what I would say is that he either needs to start balancing a little bit of that energy, roll this back a little bit, so he moves a little bit more into the heart and a little bit out of body. Even if he just moved a little bit toward the center, that might work, right? I mean, just a little bit toward the center would give you a little bit of energy move toward heart. It would make room for that. And that can make such a huge difference. Because the reality is that there's something here that existed to begin with to bring these two together. Right? And so we can't just let that die. Unless this work's already been done. Because every time that I've shuffled this with these two together, she's out and he's moving. It's weird. It's like, it's almost kind of sad to look at. Right? So I'm going to pause real quick, though. What do you guys think? Right, you see the idea here? It's really something. It's powerful, isn't it? It's really a special tool. And the fact that this can be moved around, and again, I'm looking at the totality of it with, I don't have to lay out 78 cards or somehow manage to, download the entire Bible into my head in one shot instead of one word at a time. This is the entire story at once. I can turn it. I can, apply multiple diagrams, like, for instance, the pentagram of the elements. I can use the significators that appear in the beads to determine the location of what to read that's surrounding it. I can look at the proximity of the soul stones compared to the soul stones of the other individual. There's very, very intuitive ways to read these. And at the end of the day, they're all just speaking the idea of gender and polarity. Another way to put that is that they're speaking the idea of element. The fiery part of water, the airy part of earth, and so forth. And what those do is they give us access to that, the body of knowledge that language system unlocks, which is nothing short of the totality of human experience and probability unfolded. And so there it is. All right. Let's scroll back. I just saw, I'll bring the baby wipes and towels. That's the first thing you look up and see. It's like, I got to scroll back and read this. Okay, let's start back in the beginning. Okay, here we go. Powder puff. Okay, non-flammable. Okay, great. Japanese assassin wig. I missed that. That's funny. How did I miss that? That's good stuff. Oh, how did I miss that? Missy's husband was singing Barbie Girl? Poodle sounds like I'm flirting with you. Zola, cool. Zola, that's a cool name. Did anybody tell Vesta that Missy's husband is dreamy? It's true. It is. Wow. This chat's great tonight. Wow. Love bombs. Cool. Did I get a kiss? That must have been what I felt. He's snoring. What? Her husband is dreamy. He's just. Yeah, it's true. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't know if it's luck. He's probably thinking the same thing about you. I don't know. I have no idea what you look like, but he's probably thinking the same thing about you. All kidding aside. You know what I do know, though? Missy said something funny in the thing yesterday in the chat. She's like, sorry about all the food porn. Well, when I was done with the chat, or the stream last night, I went through my phone and she sent me like a string of the art that she puts together with her food. I mean, unbelievable. You should really share some of that. One of these days I'll grab a bunch of pictures and show you that, because everyone has their own medium for art. I'm going to be sharing a piece of art tonight, a piece of visionary art from somebody that is here. And wait till you see what she did. You're going to feel it. She has a request. She wants help from the room to figure out something that's missing from the piece. She feels like it's not complete. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm convinced of that, but we're going to poll the room and see. At the end of the day, she's the artist. And so she's the one that calls it when it's done. And according to her, it's not done. And it's been bugging her on what's missing. So let's try to help her find out. And we're going to look at that in a moment here. But so, what do you guys think, right? I mean, that's a great way to do a relationship reading, isn't it? And that's not obviously the only use. You could use this for any reading. But it's particularly good when you combine those energies of the two separate oracles together with that intent. It's sort of just like naturally built in. And so it's easy to do that, right? Really, really special. And now the last thing I did, which I thought was a whole lot of fun, and I already showed it with the child version. So now you've done the work. It's in the dish. You can either leave it in the dish, or you can separate them back into their homes, or you can combine them in here. And when you do, you get to actually view it. You can shake it around. It's a really different experience. And so let's just go through it once so you see what I mean. So I'm going to take out the bell, cup wand. I'm going to take out her mother letters. And what we're left with is all of her soul stones, or the witnesses, or the deacons, depending upon how you want to call that, right? It's a deacon. It's an advisor. And then there's his. And then each one of their elements, right? And his vector is in there as well. Okay. Great. Okay. What I like to do is to recognize, so almost like in a ritual sense, the unfolding. So you could just pour them in real quick, but typically what I do is I take the spirit stones first, because these are the ones that are actually the real you, prior to them being broken up into almost a spectrum breaking out through a prism into the various forms of us. And then I'm going to grab his spirit stones and mix them in there second. Okay. And so you're going to have hers and his spirit stones in there first. And just let those kind of mingle around. It's almost like a ritual of the two souls before any of the nonsense. There's no personality. There's no desire other than to what's already happening to not stop. Let this be forever. That's the only thing these two know. There's nothing else in their minds, nothing else in their spirit. Just please let this not end. But then we start to add reality, right? And so we're going to take her will. Okay. And so right now consider the magical unfolding what's happening right now. Her spirit entered this space alone, got bored, called on the other, he showed. Now her will is fueling this exchange. So that's the first thing that goes in, is her desire. Not his, hers. Now that her desire is there and is not being met, it has to be satisfied by something. And so it's satisfied by his fire. That's beautiful, right? See now how, just consider and let yourself have psychologically the iteration, how it changes. It's elementally changing, right? So this is the exercise you're going to bring your children through. Take them through the iterations and have them feel how it visually feels different now that I've added fire. Okay, now it has fire. Has her fire? Has his fire? Has their both spirits mingling? And get a sense of how that feels to you as far as the colors, as far as the angles, the play of the round of hers and the squares of his. Right? It's very raw, too. Notice that there's only a few colors, really. Okay. And now the divine is going to be wand. Or, sorry, sword next, right? Divine mind into heart. And then in the higher world, the next after wand is sword. And that's going to be these. Okay. So this is her mind. Her mind completely immersed in nothing but both fires and souls. She is in absolute ecstasy right now. All her mind knows is pure will merged between her and her other. Nothing else. Beautiful. And she is speaking it. Each one of those silver beads is her screaming in bliss of the knowledge of herself. Beautiful. And who's there to listen? Who's there to hear that? His heart. Wow, now you're talking. Think about what we're looking at right now. So right now we actually have some serious thing go on. For the first time, red and blue are in union. You see the red and blue. The will and the heart are unified, and she is speaking. Okay? Now he's in a state of listening. His cup is present with her sword. Her voice is being heard by his heart. Beautiful. That's the magic. Everyone considers that the man's the one that's supposed to give, and it's true. But not in the higher world. We are fueled by her. We're supposed to receive her. And this is the act of that happening. You've actually witnessed it now. So now you understand what it means for a woman to be the giver. Because that's exactly what it is. There it is. Okay? And so now he has entered his heart to receive her mind. And now it's time for her heart to enter the situation. And hers are the same color as his, but they sing. You hear that? They sing. Right? Yeah, it was obvious, right, Gabrielle? It's like, seeing that the fire is everything in there becomes so obvious when it's in your hand and visually there as a complete thing, right? And so we're going to now add her cups pouring down onto the situation. This is divine love raining down from above in the form of her heart. And what does it rain down upon? But the profane sword, the voice, the mind of her man. Her heart washes over his mind. He knows her love as an actual thought form, as an actual worldview. There's no doubt. Now he's speaking. She's in a state of being completely overcome by his willingness to receive her, that she's silent, and he now begins to speak. And so the roles begin to reverse again. It's really something. And then finally, in that moment, the higher world manifestation. She is pregnant with the love. Each one of these is one step closer to that being realized, until finally their product of their love is complete. Once she is fully realized, we are one step away from physical manifestation. We are one step away from the universe coming into existence. And the last step is for his body to be physically unified with her body. And that is in the form of his pentacles. Beautiful. The full unification of mind, body, spirit, and heart. One being. The way it always was. And then we take this final piece of the 3 mother letters in a vector and combine it as a unified will of this new work. Together creating a new body, a unified will that is the totality of all human sensation. It's the ultimate symbol of love. It's the product of the vortex. It's the product of the crashing. It's the souls colliding. It's the giving in. And so there it is. And so now that it's complete, let's play with it. That is so satisfying. If you've never shook a small container full of beads that are all different textures, shapes, and sizes, you are missing out. There's really something to it that you can't experience any other way. Excuse me. It's going to be a lot of fun to take a look at this now. Because, you know, guess what? If you want to do an iteration, turn it over. Want to do another iteration? Turn it over. So he did this and she said that, and it looks like you're going to have to do this. Okay, but then now what? Okay, let's see. Love it. No shuffling, no laying out, no, positional meanings that you have to kind of stretch what it means because of the spot that it's in. It's all there. It's just the language of the universe. It's positive, negative, up and down, left and right, yes and no. Speak, listen, reject, lament. It's all there. Everything. Polarity. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Love it. Now, we've done it, right? We've done the work. They consummated. She's pregnant. She gives birth to the world. Gorgeous. Want to see it? Here's the baby. I love this. I had enough beads to make another one of the feminine version. However, I had the 5 beads of the witnesses are different. And so we'll take a look at how that works, okay? And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you how I've got it in here. I'm going to use her dish because right now she's busy making love. So leave her be. Just it's not our place to look. Would you give them a minute? And then so what we're going to do is I'm going to use her dish and show you the difference with the beads that are different as opposed to all the same. Because we could apply some stuff to it with respect to fire, water, air, earth, and then go from there. So let's begin. The first thing I thought was really, really neat. This box just happened to fit it perfectly. I have these little baggies that I've used for various things over the years, and I have a bunch left that I plan on doing with the incense when I get the good stuff. Like with anything I can use. I even found a couple that I had that were kind of in a decent enough, and they smelled bad. They were old, like really old, and so I'm not going to do that. But it's a very nice presentation, isn't it? And it just looks pretty, right? You've got the pink and the green and the silver going through the bag, and then there's these big white beads. There's a square one. There's a gemmy-looking one. There's a gold one in there somewhere. There it is. See that gold bead? Okay. And I just have my my Solomonic coins in here and separated with those wood nickels, just to provide weight. So ignore that. But very interestingly, these fit quite nicely in the lid here. And so you can just sort of take the contents and pour it out into the top here. Now, I didn't have enough blue bells for it to be a perfect analog, and so the heart is a heart. How cute is that? These are little blue turquoise hearts. These are real turquoise beads. And these are little turquoise hearts. So how beautiful. And this is the significator. It's a sun. Okay. So it's a mini version. All right. It's a mini version. And so let's just get it in the dish so we can take a look at it. Very different energy, right? Because the one we're used to seeing has those beautiful hand-painted colored beads. And this is a different kind of circumstance here. The beads are much smaller. They're all very equal in size. The hearts are smaller in this case than the mommy. With the ringing bells. Very pretty, though. I just love the combination of that pink and green. Just delicious. And these are the elements, okay? And you'll notice each is different. These two look similar. And I've considered this to be wand and cup, maybe? Or sword and cup. This sounds like spirit all day, right? Because it's like the one gold against the four white. So I would say that gold one is going to be the spirit. I'll put that at the top. All right. Then we have the square. It's a pentacle, end of story, right? Because it's the idea of the point merging into the 6, which is the 7, and the unified is the 8. It's the idea of the Merkaba. It's this physical reality. It's got to be the pentacle. So I'm going to put it down on the earth center. Right here, okay? This is where Taurus lives, and so that's the earth, right? One of these is water, and one of these is air. And I think those are similar but different. So let's do that. One of these is going to be water, and one of these is going to be air. Let's let water be the one similar to earth, since they're opposites. So water and earth. This will be air, the clear one. All right, that's a little more angular. Okay. Which leaves us with fire, which is kind of roundish but oblong. Very interesting, almost like a wand, right? It's almost like like it grew a little. Different energy than the first one because these beads are white instead of color, isn't it? And then we're going to take this, which is basically a sun bead, right? I think it came off of a bracelet similar to this. Once that catches up. Okay, there you go. Right? This is a sun bead. This is the creation of the universe, right? In different stages in bracelet form. And that's the the stage where the sun was born. So it's the same idea. It's one of those kinds of beads, and drop that in there. Right? And if you'd like, you can also include the 3 mother letters. Okay, and so this is the child version. Not quite like mommy, exactly, but close. Okay, and now so what you can do with this is find another small dish or a separate dish or something else that is unique. But the goal of this is to just show you that you can have a third iteration where, in this particular circumstance, these beads can be moved around, and you don't have to honor the pentacle or the pentagram, because we know that the spirit is going to be spirit no matter where it is, and so we could even introduce it to a different, more dynamic environment where we're not reading it flat and just like really stir it up. And now we can see that the spirit center is surrounded by the witness, the significator, special. So the significator is saying, look at spirit. and which is also in combination with some other things. You have a lot of sword right there. It's actually literally sitting on the will, and so forth. And so, by the idea that these are now unique in shape and color, they're not forced to follow the pattern of the pentagram. They don't have to be in that position, say like when I lay it out in the dish with them in that position. And so it offers you that flexibility. Right? And so these are several iterations of the same idea to just show you that they can be read differently. And each way that you read it really is determined by the type of answer you're looking for, the type of question you're asking, the goal of the work. And that's what determines that. Right? And so that's the gist here. This is the big happy family. And with these three oracles together kind of completes the system, right? You have the feminine, divine feminine energy, the divine masculine, that combine to create that soup of probability in the center. And then you can take that iteration a step further, which, keep in mind that this is the baby was born out of what I had left out of my beads, right? And so this is not necessarily what I envisioned the baby being. I envisioned it being kind of like a stylistically unified version of these two, which I just don't have the beads for, and it'll take some looking around to put it together. The magical process is worth the work, right? And I have a couple of boxes of beads right here that I thought would be fun to look through with everybody and see maybe if there's some ideas you guys have for the babies, right? But these can be picked up all over the place. They're virtually everywhere. I mean, and they come in multiple sizes. I will say, just as a fair warning, if you get a ball, you're going to wind up burying a lot of beads, and so you're going to just be reading surface all the time, which isn't necessarily bad, because you can shake it and you're going to get a new surface every time. So you're reading the surface of a buried pile as opposed to a surface where they're all flat like this, right? There's very few that are underneath. And so just consider that if you get a ball. That's why I kind of chose the flat one, is because I like the ability to pile it if I want, and it'll be pile. You can look at it from the sides as this way, or you can flatten it, and then gravity will lay it out flat, and you're reading it as a surface. And so you've got options, but consider with a ball that the options are kind of limited with that respect. Okay. And just one more time. If you have children and you want your children to be powerful intuitives, make one of these. The technique for using this is really something. And one of the techniques for using it, I just went through with you guys. Everybody here experienced it live, which is to unfold it one element at a time. Put in the elements and then study it. And how do we study it? We study it intuitively. And what does that mean? Well, when Michael says intuitive, what he means is the unification of the four senses. That's right, four. Your mental, your emotional, your physical, and your spiritual. And you take it in all four ways. So you sit down with your child and you tell them the story. In the beginning, there was nothing, and then you were born as this little point of wanting to do stuff. And that wanting to do stuff is symbolized by the red. The red is the want to do stuff. And then throw in the reds. And then show them what it looks like with just red. Wow, that's what do stuff looks like. That when you really want to go really bad to that thing with your friends, that's your red. Don't say wand. You're not teaching them tarot yet. It's going to confuse them. Speak color. All right, and then you're going to go through the story and then do that. Now, this is not the dance. Right? They're not ready for dancing. They are dancing already, but they're not ready to learn about dancing, right? So this is just an individual oracle that talks about them individually, their want to play with their friends, their yellow because they like astronomy, or maybe they're history buffs, They're blue and red mixed together. That tells them that they want to create art, and then they use their yellow to make it happen. Right? Speak to them in the language of the elements, and you will begin to develop that vocabulary for and with them. And you can go really young. I mean, again, this is rubber. You can really shake this. You can throw it, drop it. It's safe. It's good stuff, and it's so delicious to look at. I mean, the colors are great. What's a box of erasers go for? Right? So, I mean, a small price to pay to have a psychic kid. Okay, so let me put this away. I have one more oracle to show you. It's in here. That's going to be able to... This one's very different than this. This is like serious, like weird, dark, creepy mojo. And it's really smart. It's really smart. It works. It does. All right, so let's do this one first. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take another break here, but what I'm going to do before I do that, I'm going to open the box, go full screen, open the box, and I'm going to leave it open. And all I'm asking you to do is look in there, poke around with your eyes, poke around with your heart, and get a vibe for some item that's in that box. Just keep it in your mind. And when we get back, we're gonna go through a couple of 3, 4, 5 people, and what it is that you saw that gelled with you, and we'll read it like we would a tarot card or like a rune or like a hexagram, and intuitively determine what it is that we're being told that we need to hear, based on that. Okay. I'll slap just his heart. So consider, like, for instance, if you wanted to make an analogy about what it sounds like, for instance, what it sounds like to speak your heart, right? You could just grab a silver one and a blue one. And then over here, it'd be the same thing, but in here, this case, you would just be using the heart here. Or you would just simply take out your voice, his heart. Speaking the heart, right? And then you could ask the child, okay, that's good. So what does it mean if he's speaking to her heart? How did that change? Or, what happens if we try to speak heart to mind to heart, and go through the motions of what that means? Go through the motions of what it means to speak with your heart. What does that mean, right? And so all these ideas of beginning to make those connections is very, very powerful stuff. When you're a young mind trying to figure out your world and somebody gives you the language of truth, you immediately have a jump start on the rest of the people in your age group, because you're speaking like truth already. By the time you get to first grade, you have a grasp on things that 7th graders don't know yet. Core concepts about the reality of how things interact. Math becomes easier. Memorization becomes easier. Ask anybody who's played an instrument as a child. They're typically more intelligent because their mind uses different connections. Your brain does math different when you're a musician. It's the same idea when you're speaking the language of connections. Right? It makes a big difference. That polarity language is very powerful with that respect. So, introduce it young. Okay? Introduce it. Yeah, the eraser caps. It is. Playful is a great word. That's the idea. If I were to give this to a child, although it's beautiful, undeniably it's pretty to look at, it's not approachable. Right? It looks almost like you don't want to touch it. It almost looks like a grown-up thing that's like art. Like you don't want to. It's not. There's no permission in this. It's pretty to look at, but there's no permission to touch. Right? And this doesn't look like something a kid would want to play with. Right? I mean, I don't know. It's maybe, but I don't know. This, on the other hand, begs for it. It's colorful. It's rainbow vibe. And I have to tell you, go do this. The sensation of shaking this around is very satisfying. You know how we have the stress balls and these other things, like these fidget whatnots? Love that. Listen to that. It's so satisfying. You know, throwing it up and down. It's got weight to it. There's weight. There's mass. It feels good. But then also there's you know, access. So I'm going to go on a break. I'm going to open up this box, and before I do that, let's take a look at what it has to say to us. Now, there's 2 significators in here. There's 5 purple, which represent the deacons. So you can take 4 of them out and put one back ritually, and then use that, or you could just use the pencil, right? That little broken pencil I stuck in there. Okay. And so that could be used as well as, again, a vector. Because right now, just looking at it, where is it pointing? It's pointing to air. It's pointing to communication. And what's being communicated? Spirit, heart. Spirit and heart. That is going through those 2 erasers. So basically, this is saying, come from your fire center, your will, and use that will to communicate your heart and spirit. It really is beautiful. It's a very elegant language, and you could learn it. You could teach it to a child for a couple of dollars. And if you're just not feeling it, or you're not the creative type, and you really, really want one, call me and we'll make one together. It'll be a blast. And I'm also in the process of teaching a couple other people how to do that, and so that they can, they might be able to help you, just other people. I mean, I know I'm crazy that I'm not just packaging this and putting it in a box and putting, 3 digits on it and calling it a day. It's not what I'm here to do. Make one. Use it. Let it be a new method. Let it be a new tool in your life. It's not about the money, right? I mean, I did the money. The magic's out there. I will be compensated. I promise. And probably not in the way that anybody's thinking, and I'm okay with that. The fact is I'm putting this out there for us to learn who we are. Look at it, learn it, experience the story that it's telling, because it's yours. That's your story. Do a tarot reading, and then look at the stones and see how the stones agree with what you're reading, because it will agree. They're both telling the truth. They're not going to disagree. It's really something. See here. I kind of want them to be together. Okay. There they go. Aren't they pretty? It's the loving couple. Okay. Oh, by the way, he wanted you to know that he's been waiting for you his whole life, and he's very happy that he met you. Okay. So, put this in the middle here. this box, this little box, I just want to be clear about what I'm going to show you here. I've collected a number of trinkets over the years. I have friends that collect trinkets. I have there's things that come into your possession. It's just one of those things that happens. And some of them, there's just a uniqueness about the item. And it gives you this kind of feeling. That feeling is called psychometry. It's the idea of when you touch an object, you can kind of get a sense of its history, what it's been through, the people who've touched it, experiences that it's witnessed in the environment energetically. And maybe even some additional information related to the components and where the components came through, depending upon your level of sensitivity and the level of energy that was in the moment that imprinted on it, right? And so some of these are going to seem like trite little bits, and why are you wasting our time showing us a little box of bits? And some of these are really, really powerful magic that I've actually utilized, and unbeknownst to everybody here, you're going to be witnessing some of these items that have been used in real magic. They are still charged. Some of these are actually contain entities. There's one in particular I'm going to show you that contains an entity that's very friendly, and I'm curious how you react to it. And no, I'm not kidding. Like I've talked about before, entities aren't real. And then you enter the inner sanctum and you come to the one truth and you recognize what this is all about. And then you recognize that they are very real. And so that said, there's a few living things in here. And now, not joking. So the way that I like to use this idea, I call it the trinkets of truth, or the trinket box of truth, is to, I'm going to open it, peruse, find something that rings to you, right? Don't think too hard. It might be color, it might be shape, it might be various items or objects that are around it that draw your attention. It might be color, there's various things. But at the end of the day, just don't think too much about it. Let me take the scarab out of there. I love that scarab. I put him in there. I'm going to put the scarab here. He's a little big, and he's going to take up everyone's attention in there, so let's not do that. Any baseball fans out there? I have something very special in here, too. Let's just say that it's an amulet for making miracles happen. So that said, I'm going to be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to crack the box right before I leave. Let me just get the camera set up here, because what I'm going to wind up doing is just muting my microphone and leaving the camera up on full screen desk with the box open, okay? And so I'm just going to mute here in just a minute and open the box. It'll only be a couple minutes. I'll be back in a couple minutes. But then heat up the coffee, do my thing, and then we'll pick a couple of people to go over what you saw in here that you want to look at. You can say something along the lines of, what's that thing in the bottom right? What's that red thing? What's that round thing? So forth, right? And we'll go through the exercise of reading some of these trinkets. These all tell the story from one degree or another, and so it's just a matter of you being open to that as we go through the process, because that's why I picked them and threw them in here, okay? And so let's do that. I'm just gonna, okay, is that gonna let us see everything? Going to make it a little higher so that it's closer to the camera. Okay. Make sure everything is visible in there. All right, great. Okay. It's just a box of trinkets. Everyone's got one. And if you don't, you're missing out. There's nothing more fun than just having a little thing that you can grow and grab and get some insight. First thing I saw was the yin-yang, right? And so that's kind of where I'm going to be when I'm on my break right here. But I'm just going to leave this open. and let everybody decide what they want to look at when I get back. Okay, and so I'm just going to mute my microphone, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. I will be eternally indebted to the person that reminds me when I get back that my mic is still off and I'm talking for 10 minutes. Love you, dude. The eye of truth is always watching us. The least we can do is listen to it. You know what I mean? Loves that band Firehouse. I love that band Firehouse. This is my favorite one, man. This is, there was the first time I put this on and I went out and people didn't know me. That they didn't think I was wearing a wig. It's for real. I mean, you know what? The right person could put this on and be asked for autographs. Be like, dude, are you that guy from that band? Yeah, bro. I play bass. Oh my God. Yeah, I love this. This is my new favorite thing right here. This one's a blast, right? Come on. Where's the hat? Okay. I love Halloween. Come on, people. I mean, like, the raw permission. You just can't. Oh my God, I love it. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at the chat here. First of all, let's just make sure it didn't drop while I was outside, because reasons. Okay, good. Oh, wow, look at that. Okay. So, what'd you guys think? Anything interesting? What piqued whose interest? You know, when I first opened it, the first thing I saw was the yin yang, right? Coffee. You know what? That reminds me, actually, Kitten. Thank you. You know what this thing needs? A coffee bean. There's no coffee beans. How can I have an oracle of trinkets and not have a coffee bean? Right? That would really be something. So, anything special? Some of these you may recognize. Some of these I've put in. This one I put in recently because of Tamara. And she'll recognize that. Does that look familiar? If you're still in the room. See that purple? Isn't that great? Look at this beautiful. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I grabbed it for a very specific reason. It's costume. Okay, look at that. Look, you want to talk about a goddess piece? I mean, come on. Right? It's like the divine Vesica Pisces, you know, with the jewel in the center and the jewel on top. Like, you know, I mean, look at the beauty of that. Like, and that's hidden. That's hidden goddess, like, energy. You could wear this and nobody'd think twice that you're actually wearing, like, a divine wand. Right? I mean, let's be frank. This is a beautiful example of an ornate version of what we're talking about here. This is the shape from which all physical manifestation derived. Gorgeous. And it even has the different components. Like, look at this thing. And now you think that was an accident? Okay, Gabrielle, no problem. But you get the idea. How gorgeous is that? And so you see the symbolism in here is probably deeper than you might be thinking on some of these. That's just like an earring, but it's not. Look what it is. It could also be a fish. Right? It can also be representative of an eye. It doesn't have to be the divine feminine. It could be a number of things, but it's just so obviously a divine feminine. I mean, the radiant gem, all of it. It's a little infinity. Okay, you were drawn to the enamel smiley face and the spades on the box. So we're going to pull this out. Okay. Leave it to the artist in the room to answer first. Oh, wait. Black crystal-like oval on the left side. This one? Is this the one you're talking about? Let's see. Or is this? Or is it that? It's a little sun, like a little alchemical sun. Or is it this little bead? This one we'll talk about in a second too, because this has a very specific meaning to me. What else here? Yeah, let me speak to Gabrielle's. Adding monetary value may help spread the system. I agree. I mean, clearly, you know, if something has a price tag, it has a value. If something has 10 times the price tag, everybody wants one. And so I get that. The one you showed first. Okay, good. So this one. Yeah, okay, great. But my goal is just to make it accessible. I want the real thing, the goddess-like thing, the real thing that I want to do is to convince people that you can make this. Like, you don't have to rely on buying an oracle. We have the power to make our own. And when we do that, it's our language all over the place. These work so well for me because I made them. Now, that doesn't mean I can't send you one and you learn how to use it or use it and become intuitive at it. But if you made your own, like, for instance, I connect really deeply with Azurite and Malachite, and I want those as my cup and wand, or my cup and pentacle. in some form, like whether they're beads or round or flat. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but the two form together, and what a beautiful thing! This azurite malachite, the blue and green, as semi-precious beads. That's an example, right? And I don't have any malachite on. This is as much as I have. I may have some in here. I thought I had a piece that had some on there. But I have just small little chips on things, so I don't have any real malachite enough to make stuff with. But that's an example, right? And so if I were going to make one personally, go out to a crystal shop or go out to a place that has stones that I could peruse and play and touch, I would probably wind up with a very different oracle. And that's what I want to do when I offer this to people to buy. I'm not going to make them and sell them. I'm going to set an appointment, and we're going to sit down together on a Zoom call, and we're going to look at crystals. We're going to talk about the energies. We're going to talk about chakras. We're going to talk about your birthday, your birth chart, all these things, and then say, what are the crystals that matter to you? What are the colors that ring with you? And then that's what it's going to be made out of. Okay, so it's going to be very personal. Like no one else in the world will have your oracle. And unless you choose to share it, no one will even know what it looks like but me. And so at the end of the day, it's a very special, holy thing that the union of two people, don't forget when you're creating, you need to enroll another. The act of creation takes two, will be a real oracle that's personal to you, like real. Let me put these aside so I can let go of this thing. Okay. And one more time. Here's looking at you. So, anything else? Let me scroll back a little bit. Oh my God, is my mic muted? No, I'm kidding. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, let's put the eyeball there so he's watching us. Incidentally, how cool is this? Come on. Nobody cares about the Mets. This is an actual 1986 World Series pin. Anyway, okay, so yeah, let's take a look at the couple that we picked. We have a happy face and we have a divine feminine. Excuse me. And so let's just make some room real quick. I love the box. I do. I get a lot of these book boxes for my tarot decks, and there's a number of different types of box. Something about the card one is great, that it's the King of Sword, which is communication of the will. I just can't. Like consider the fact that it's being used to contain divination tools. It's just the best, right? You can't beat that. So let's look at the smiley face here. So many things. First thing right away that I always get when I see this is joy is a choice. Joy is a choice. Right? And we should pick it. It's also the idea that like this is what we were meant to do. This is us. This is our perfected form. There it is. There's our perfected form. I totally love that. That's great, Mikey Hendrick. It makes me smile that you said Mikey. So you get the idea, right? It's the idea that like joy is a choice, but also this is our perfected state. This is what we're supposed to do. Just be in this constant state of yellow. And what is yellow but divine mind? Right? It's the color of the sword. Communication of happiness. And how do we communicate happy? You speak with the heart. We're talking about speaking with the heart. And what do we speak? Divine mind. Divine mind into the heart, and then we speak that out with our sword. And so we're speaking our heart, the emotion of joy. And how do we do that? Through our smile, through our words and actions, through our behavior, through our intolerance for pain, and through our worship of joy in each other. It's all there. So you can look at the color. The color is yellow. You can look at the idea of the symbol, in this case, of happiness. Like real happiness. Why? Just because. This little guy does not know anything other than that joy. It's awesome. And that's what we're supposed to be. And we actually have the power to be that. There's my malachite. No, maybe. No. Nope. No malachite. Sorry. Okay. So, just incidentally, which one of these items in this little box here do people think it contains an actual spirit? Because there's two. There's two items in here that actually contain an intelligence that I brought into existence and put into the item, and it has lived in there since, and it's quite happy in there. Put the happy face back. Let's see. Who does he want to give some joy to? Who do you think needs some joy in here? Well, let's take that ball out here. Let's put him over here by the crucified Jesus. Looks like he can use some smiles. Okay. Which actually, the crucified version, there's two crosses in here. I have a crucifix, and I have a cross. And the two are very different. You know, the cross represents 4. It also represents the sword pointed down. You know, there's a lot of things that the cross represents. The crucifix represents the hanged man. Willful sacrifice, right? The sword pointed up. Okay, kitten. I guess the watch and the gold circle with the red gem in the center. So you think this, and you think this. Interesting. Okay. All right. We'll take them out and we'll see. I don't know if there's any intuitives in the room, and I grab that spirit, you're going to start feeling your heart pump a little. That's how that works. That heart pumping, that's not an accident. So if I did grab it, you're going to feel it. Oh, look how little my little key. Look at it. I love this thing. Look how cute. Is Missy in the room? Missy, check it out. Is that thing great? I love that thing. Yes, it's a dove. Look how pretty. It's a little friendly one. Sorry for the skipping tonight, people. It's you know, and I did order a cable. It'll be here Tuesday. It's a Cat 6. I got a nice price on a flat one. It's plenty of length. And I'm wondering if it's even going to help, to be honest. And the reason I'm saying that is that I think this might be my computer and not my internet connection. Because my internet connection, the throughput's good. It just drops. But I have decent bandwidth. But so this skipping, I think, is my computer. I think it might be my. I have to do some settings here, so I don't know. All right, so you felt the watch, okay? Yep. There's some fun stuff in here. There's some very special stuff too. Okay, so let's just look at some of the things that we have here. Okay. And if anybody else had an idea and I missed it in the chat, I apologize. Just put it back in and we'll grab them out and we'll take a look. So let's take a look. Someone said something about the watch. This was one of the first things that got chosen, right? It's the dark sun. I painted this actually. Yeah, I have a piece of art that is relevant to the same thing. It's kind of like Saturn without the rings. But there's also that beautiful idea of that orange and the white, that it's kind of like the difference between having the will completely realized and the will hidden. But ultimately that the two are, it's always that one thing. So this is kind of like a prayer wheel from the respect of there being the idea of temperance, right? The idea of a, this is really a good symbol of temperance, because it's one sphere that is ultimately has the ability to be completely engulfed by the will or completely devoid of it, and you have the option to flip between both, because we are kind of both at any given moment, right? And when we're in this state, it's like a state of being willing to be colored by the other. It's a gray state saying, I'll take your color. And this is the state of, you'll take mine. Or I'm going to heat your color. I'm going to add heat to it, right? But the idea here is of the one of the archetypes of the dark sun is the sense that it casts light, but it not without regard. The sun casts without regard. The dark sun only casts on those that have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. It's a special kind of light that's not reserved for everybody. And so that's that similar dichotomy is there as far as the people who see the planet but don't know its energy, it's white. And those who see the planet and know its energy, they get the full, right? And so that's the lesson of this, is that anytime we enter a circumstance and we take in information, we take in the experience, we can either see that experience this way or that way, because they both exist. So we can either see it for what we think it is or interrogate it further to get to the actual heart of its energy. And in this particular case, it's all will, right? It goes from being open to whatever you have to give to its own energy, right? This one I touched on. It's an earring. I kept this on. I kept the earring part on, but I'm considering taking it off. I need something on the top to kind of keep that piece there, because that matters. Because what I actually see when I look at this, I'm trying to get it so it's in there like that. Perfect. Okay. And when I look at this, it's kind of hard not to see divine feminine. And all the parts are in the right place. Like, let's just look at what we're looking at here. Okay. This is the majora, the menorah, the opening, the clitoris, and the pubis mons. I mean, it's the actual literal entire anatomy, isn't it? It's not a joke. It's all there. Now, I haven't counted the marcasites yet. Let's see here. Let's go through that exercise, because why not? We're actually doing it now, so let's just go through the exercise and see how many crystals are on the outside of this. Sometimes the math is very holy, and sometimes it doesn't mean anything at all. It does look like, or a Jesus fish, right? It still has that like aquatic kind of fish vibe too, like a Piscean sort of symbol. I'm not counting the one on top, so one. Are they skipping? They are. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21. Wow. 21. That's great. So that would either be the 22nd on the top, or that would be the 22nd, that smaller one. You can also count the two in the middle as one, or just do, it'd be 24 total. 24 total stones. Beautiful. Great. 21's a great number when it comes to the tarot, obviously, and so that's a big deal. That's cool. It tells the story. A caterpillar in its cocoon. I love that. My favorite is the eye. And interestingly, I was, Tenemero and I were having a conversation today about a few things, and she had showed me this a piece of jewelry that she had bought with the Eye of Ra. And I could never remember if Ra's the right or the left eye. And so I responded back, oh, wait, is that Ra or Horus? And then it dawned on me, I remembered that R right, Ra right, Horus is left, and so it was a Ra eye. But this could easily be either, right? So if you wanted this to represent the eye of Ra, you would essentially make it your right eye. So you could take this, the earring part, and just bend it down. So that's the spot that's coming down from the eye, right? So now it's an eye of Ra. Let's actually move it up and do that, right? So now it's an eye of Ra, right? We can now take the same thing, though, and very easily simply flip it over, and that's now an eye of Horus. You know, and so this could easily be used in magical work with that respect as well, in respect to, are we looking at the left or the right eye, and so forth. So, okay. And you get the idea here as far as the intuition. This could be read 4 different ways, 20 different ways, 30 different ways. We could even just read it as the Vesica Pisces, which is the unification of 2 consciousness, 2 circles that combine, and that shape in the middle, right, which is the vessel from which all physical reality comes. Like, look at our eyes, are that shape, right? And our mouth and our nose and all that. It's everything comes through this shape. We breathe through it, we see through it, and so forth. And so there's something to be said for that being 2 circles and that shape in the center, that Vesica Pisces, and the holiness of that shape and what that means. All right? It really is a very, very special shape with respect to sacred geometry. It really is something. It's heavy too. This is one of those earrings that's like really kind of probably an annoying one to wear because it's very heavy. It's not a friendly one. It's got a lot of weight to it. All right. Well, okay, so let's do the dove and the flower. Now, this particular flower, you'll notice I have one here on my desk as well, right? I have it here in my candle, where I have the turtle emerging with my flowers, and these are, they're obviously decorative, but I like that pink flower there as an offset, and it's just a reminder of, personally, for me, it's a reminder of the idea of 5-fold symmetry. It reminds me of Venus, in fact, because Venus, the planet, if you look up at it from the perspective of the Earth and see its full rotation, the full period around the sun, it actually draws a pentagram in the sky. It has a 5-fold symmetry, and it draws a pentagram. And so there's some beauty in that from a lot of levels. The pentagram is a very holy symbol with respect to the golden mean, phi, the phi ratio, and it appears all over the pentagram, especially with respect to the degrees, right? If you cut a circle into 5, it's 72 degrees. Very holy number. And so now what this is exactly that. This flower holds that 5-fold symmetry and is a reminder of the fact that if you cut a circle into 5, you get 72 degrees, which is the name of God, the Shem HaMephoresh, that we use to divide up and to permutate into the all of probability. And so it's a reminder of the phi ratio, or phi. It's the reminder of the 5-fold symmetry. And it's also a reminder of us manifest. The name of God, which is the Yod-Heh Vav-Heh, being installed with the Shin, the flame of the hand, the 5-fold hand, gives us Yeshua. Yod-Heh Shin Vav-Heh, which is Jehovah, or Yeshua, which is Jesus, God as man, as a human. And so what this reminds us of is that 5 installed into the 4-fold name gives us the human form. And so what the flower is the God as a physical form. And the most simple version of that is this beautiful desire to do nothing more than to know its own light. That's all the flower wants, is the sun, just to feel itself. We can learn a lot from a flower. And I happen to like the magenta, pinkish kind of color personally. I like that flower a lot. I like this one too. That's a pretty one. It's metal. This is it's a metal Anyway, where's Missy? Check it out, Missy. Isn't that great? It's a pretty one. The dove. Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit is a woman. The Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, you think it's devoid of feminine energy? Of course not. The Holy Spirit was a woman, and it was and more importantly, it's an all-encompassing, constant nurturing energy that wants nothing back. And so it's like the ultimate mother energy. It's not just the mother energy with respect to coming into the world, because that was already done. What this is the nurturing, the recognition that you are never alone, and that you are literally still in the womb of creation. You never left there. And what the Holy Spirit is the fluid. It's the breath. Every time we take a breath in, we are breathing in Holy Spirit. Every time we speak to another and they recognize that we're speaking to them, that's Holy Spirit that fills us with that feeling. Oh, did he just say my name? That's Holy Spirit that you're feeling. It's this all-present sensation of spiritual love. So if I feel physical love, we know what that feels like. If I feel emotional love, we know what that feels like. That feeling you get inside that's a little distant and then builds is Holy Spirit. And the dove descending is really a symbol of the pure consciousness falling into the cup. And so typically you'll see the symbol of the dove with a lament in its mouth, which is basically the disc that is eaten during the fake communion, right? Those little communion discs with the cross. It's actually a pentacle. And so what the message is that divine consciousness delivers the instructions for the divine body directly into us. And it's our duty to have that realized by treating it holy. Because it is. And then when we're able to do that, what we do is that we're able to unify our bodies with the divine body. And in doing so, we find health, wealth. We find no disease, energy, creative flow. We become healthier and more vibrant. And our appetite for life increases because we begin to live the life we're supposed to, which is to don't miss a drop of this experience. That's why we're here. Don't miss a drop, right? Let's see, the hearts equals cups, diamond, pentacle, spade, sword, club. Yeah. You doing Lenormand? Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. So this would be the king of sword. Yeah, king of sword. Or in the Thoth system would be the knight of sword. Right? And what is sword but communication? And what is king but will? Right? So the king of sword is the personality, the intelligence of wanting to communicate one's will, like to bring it, to have it known, to make the will known. All right, and so that's the dove. That's the dove. Okay. This thing is so creepy. There's just something about that that's just, I don't know, creepy. What was that movie I talked about? The guy's got the eye in his hand. I don't know, just I don't know, something about that just creepy. There's some good symbolism in here. This one's pretty too. This is a half a heart. Look at that. I mean, half a heart. Does that say everything? That's what I teach. This is you looking for the other half, right? Good stuff. Okay. And so now we have two pieces left. We have an old broken ladies Timex from the 70s. All right. don't know if there's a model number on it. No. Is there a year? I don't think so. It's an old lady's Timex, 70s. It stopped on the life of my children. I did not touch the time. It stopped at 5:20, and the second hand is dead on the 11. Just great, right? That's where the clock stopped. I did not touch it, I promise. Just awesome. Beautiful synchronicity. 52, you know, it's just everything about it is great. I just love that. And, you know, I did use it in my Temple of Stillness, and it's a very powerful image. You know, oftentimes I want to go into the square in the image to do the meditation, but I wind up going into the clock because it's easier. It's still, it's a broken clock. There's nothing more still than a broken clock, right? And we'll see, is this the one that contains the spirit? Reminds you of a Harry Potter book with the eye on. Oh, yeah, right. The Beast Manual. A dragon eye, sure, yeah. What time is it stuck on? Yeah, it's stuck on 5:20 and 55 seconds. Here's the real question. Was it AM or PM? Did it stop working in the morning or night? There's no way to know on this watch. It doesn't have, you know, the thing there, so I'd like to think that it stopped in the dark. So, yep, this one has a spirit in it. Very good. Congratulations. You want to see where it lives? He lives in there. This is a very special stone. This is not. This is meant to be listened to. I put my ear up to it, and it talks to me. Nope, not kidding. But now it's the same idea. You don't hear it in your ear. Me putting it up to my ear is symbolic, but that's not where I hear it. But it works. Yeah. His name is Max. I met Max 2002. Yeah, 2002, roughly around April, May of 2002. That's when I met Max. Let's catch up. Good if... the Good Oracle. The Good Oracle. Okay, cool, yeah. Oh, neat, okay. They use, like, fire or... Okay. That's cool, yeah, to kind of go back to the core of the elements. Yeah, that's an interesting take. Cool. So... yes, this does have a spirit. Now, let's just open this up here, and I want to show you a very interesting one. It's not the watch. Although, I will say this. The watch it's not mine. And it's not unfriendly, so I'm leaving it alone. If it gets unfriendly, it was a big mistake, because it, messed with the wrong dude. But that said, though, it's not an unfriendly energy. In fact, it's opposite. It's such a beautiful, pure stillness that I don't even care what its identity is, because its identity is peace, and that's all I'm going to call it. I'm not going to give it a name. So I don't want to know who it is. I just want it to know that I trust it. Okay. There's just something very, very special about that. Okay, let's just separate these out. Look how pretty this is. It can be viewed a lot of different ways too, right? It's just these two birds dancing and they're meeting each other. Are they about to cross paths and pass each other? Right? Maybe, maybe not. Where is my pizza? There it is. Okay. And actually, here I want to show you this. Let me just this is a quick little thing here. Let me pull out the other spirit. Okay. All kinds of goodies, right? And so, like for instance, this one here, that's where I got the beads for the baby, the large ones, right? There was a bunch of different kinds. Here's another versions, a couple other versions. This was a 90 off piece of garbage from Kohl's, 90% off. This thing cost me $1. 90% off. You know how many beads I have in this thing? I mean, look how many red beads. Are you kidding? All right. Look familiar? There's the green. There's my earth bead. And there's my pentacle. Okay. It's just kind of being divine inspired, or that's the wand rather. Here's my my hearts, and allowing yourself to be open to that. This was a prototype. Right. Super cheap. And that's the beauty, is that it's about, and see, here's my bag of, I got plenty of, who wants a sword? All right, I got plenty of air. More air. Right. Got some orange left. I didn't use the orange because I thought it would confuse with the red. It was too close to the red. Right? And it just, at a glance, you want to see it in a glance. You don't want to have to like look through it, right? So I didn't use the orange. I like these two, just the way they feel. They're kind of large. They're super light. These are plastic. This one's plastic. Suck the catcher. I'm sorry, there it is. These are great. They're small. These would really be nice for like a mini, right? These here. Gorgeous. These are one of a kinds though, so these are hard, you know, like you can't get 6 of these. All right, these are one of a kinds, so they're tough. You have to kind of find them that are the same shape maybe. All right, but the point is when you're going through the process, consider the math. The math matters, right? But also consider what it is you're trying to do. You're trying to create an oracle that's speaking your actual will, and so you have to connect with it. Like these are lovely. I love these. There's an angular nature. I like the color of the idea of the beige and the blue. Beige and blue have always worked nicely with me. Just something about that. Here's another example of beige and blue. These are sort of spacers, like bead spacers. There's wood spacers and the plastic, glass, resin. The glass beads are great. Careful with glass, though, because they do shatter and they can become sharp. And when they do, they can hurt. You know, you're inadvertently wind up cutting up your fingers by stirring. You know, you don't want to do that. Wood, right? And so it's just a matter of finding stuff that you have in excess of, and then allowing yourself the experience of does it gel with what I'm trying to do here for the elements? Like, would this work for heart? For water? Probably not. I don't know. Something about the color does not say water to me, although it's a heart. And so I would say that this is more of a pentacle, right? And I would use that maybe as the pentacle energy. And I have a bunch of those, so I could probably use these in one, right? I have at least 6. All right, so there's your pentacle. Right, you can grab some water. How about these for water? They're a bit small in comparison to the pentacles, right? So maybe we find something in a similar size, right? Perhaps these, right? And interestingly, these are real. That's actual, what's it called? This is actual turquoise, so this thing is really heavy. This little heart is probably 4 times the weight of that big heart, and you can feel it in your hand. Like, it actually has weight, these little beads. These little guys are great. This big old bead is plastic nonsense garbage. This little bead is a heavy piece of actual mass. You know, they're beautiful, and I'm using them in the baby oracle. Has these. Do I have 6? Pretty cross one. Maybe I'll throw that in there just as one of the hearts, but for a different shape. It's the same color. All right, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And I'm going to leave a cross as one of them. Now let's introduce some earth to that water. And what do we have? Earth and water is like a lake over a mountain, or like, you know, it's like walking into an area that has like a little stream. But that's what we're referring to, the nature of that idea of the earth and the water together right there with nothing else. No will, no mind. Right, you get the idea. There's a bunch of peace signs, metallic peace signs. Pretty. Now, what size are we talking about here? Okay, yeah. But so you see the idea. Let's take a look at the other side. There may be something there. But this is the process. You know, and obviously it'd be fun to go through it in a store. You know, the stuff that you don't know what to expect. You know, it's different because I had a bunch of stuff in my head, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that bead. Oh yeah, I want to remember that one. And so I knew what I was looking for. It's a different story when you walk into a place and everything's new, and I love that. It's just great. Obsidian arrowheads. That might be good for a significator. Oh, I like that. Hang on a minute. Let me see how this feels. I don't know. Did that black change it? It did. Oh yeah, I did the bead hemp thing, man. I'm still in that. Aren't you kidding? I don't wear hemp anymore. I just smoke it. But so these are nice though, and they're a good. I don't know if I can show it on the camera. That they have a good translucence. These are not opaque. They're pretty nice. They have a nice smoky quality. But yeah, no, the black changed the oracle. I'm going to take it out. I'm not going to put it in. It's a good shine. Little chips of mother of pearl, all kinds of stuff in here. But the idea is for kind of looking for, there's my malachite. This is it. I don't have a lot of malachite. Right? That one's already used, so I only have a couple of these left. Look how interesting this earring is. That's begging to be a magical item. Look at that thing. It's a very interesting kind of shape, you know, but I can see that being a pendulum, you know, a swinging pendulum, or I can see it being a significator in a dish. Like, let's see how that feels. Right. Or maybe in the baby one. Okay, and this is the process now that I'm talking about with respect to people who maybe you're interested in having an intuitive magician work with you to pick your stones, you know, and get a vibe also from the respect of how they flow. You can see it form. It's different. Like, I'm going through the exercise right now, and I even have a lot of experience with this, of going on Amazon or looking at places online, and I don't know what it's going to look like in person, and that makes me uncomfortable to buy stones and not know what it's going to look like. And so it's nice to be able to go through it and kick them around, see what works and doesn't, you know. Look at that. This is going in my trinket box. Who knows what that is? Tanamera is going to get this right. And I think also there's one other person in here. Let me see if she's still here. I don't know. Dee, are you still here? That's a triple helix. That then turns into a quadruple. That's like awesome. So basically, it's like alien DNA. All right. It could also be reviewed as the caduceus, the serpent going up the caduceus. This is Lilith, from that respect. If you wanted to look at it that way, it looks like Lilith. Mm-hmm. There's a baby. Oh, the baby. You mean the baby? Yeah, the baby oracle. Mm-hmm. Pretty. So yeah, this is going to go in the trinket box. Let me put that aside. That's that spiral. That's awesome. I don't know, how did I miss that? An arrowhead. Does that belong in the trinket box? Would you guys put an arrowhead in your trinket box? Maybe. I might. Let me see how it feels. I'm not 100% sold, which is why I didn't just throw it in there. But maybe. It's a definite maybe. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I'm going to do next is a super mini. Like, look how small these are. Compared to the 8mm, which is what the female pearls of wisdom is made out of. These are 8mm. So these are tiny little quartz chips, you know. And they are natural. They're semi-precious. They're real quartz, but they're tiny little chips. Here's a little rose quartz chips. These feel so good to just rub your fingers in. You put them in a little dish and just rub your fingers through these little chips. It's so good. It really is very soothing. I wish I had a little dish just to do that with, because it really is. It's a great little fidget toy to have it on your desk and just do that with it. Love that. What is this? This looks like it has potential to be interesting. Is that? How neat. It's got feathers hanging off of it. It's kind of like a a dream catcher vibe with the feathers, but it's not. It has a 1, 2, 3, 4, like a 6-fold symmetry floral design. And like a very interesting green, blue, aqua. Peckerwood J. What you told me last time I tuned into this podcast, right? You have questions. Sir, you have come to the right place because I have answers. No problem. First of all, thank you for coming back in. Thank you for popping back into my stream, right? You know? Which one's ASMR? Is there something that you'd like me to rub? Or perhaps stroke? Like my microphone. Just to let you know, that wasn't my microphone I was stroking. Radio Shack, that's right. I ran a Radio Shack. I'm allowed to say that. I actually ran a Radio Shack. You've got questions. We've got answers. Although I don't give answers, I give truth. So if you're looking for answers, wrong place. If you're looking for truth, stick around. Okay. Now, I have one that's got a hook on it, and I have one without the hook. So I think I'm just going to take the one double helix and stick it in there. Okay. My trinkets come randomly. Most recently, one was from a child. She gave me a star and an Indian head coin. Wow, really? That's awesome. Yeah, those little random things, I love that. Wow, that's some Kabbalah right there. You have the supernal triad on top, 1, 2, 3, the circle underneath it with the 5 on the bottom, and then that pendant on underneath for Malkut. Come on, that's great. That's like some divine hidden Kabbalah right there. So what can I do for you, Jay? I don't remember. Here's the deal, and I really apologize. I don't remember reading 5 minutes after I give it, so I couldn't tell you. However, if you tell me what video I did your reading on, and you tell me what, like give me a timestamp, I promise you, I'll go back and watch the whole thing, and then call you, and we'll chat about it. Right? Too much cheap wine, right? Not enough cheap wine. Here's a screw-on earring. Why not? You know why? Because it's Halloween and I've given myself permission. Bro, how'd you get your hair full? You know how I got that hair? Because she put the lotion in the basket. It puts the lotion in the basket or it gets the hose again. I'm sorry. It's Halloween, man. You gotta let the darkness in. Tonight's the night for permission. Anyway, what am I wearing here on my ear? I don't know, but I'm doing it. It's happening. Bro, need my first reading, please? I'm a Virgo, 47. Oh, really? Okay. Congratulations. I'm also 47. Virgo, we're going to get along. I want the screw shot because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Anyway, how do you put these on? I thought I had it figured out. Okay. Yeah, so is there something in particular? It puts the lotion in the basket or it gets the hose again. What would you like me to read about while I try to sit here and fumble an earring on? I don't understand. How do you do this every day, ladies? Like, no joke. It hurts. Ow, it hurts. It hurts. Ow. Oh my God. Am I supposed to put rubber or something on the back of that? That really stung. This it's one of these jobs. They're not clip on, they're screw on. So I have it on my ear, right? And I'm screwing it in, and I let go and it's loose. So I screw it in more and I let go and it's loose. And I'm tugging, waiting for it to get tight enough where I can let go and it won't get loose. And I gave it one more little twist and it really hurt. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I warned everybody. No. I warned a couple people that I was going to be giddy tonight, so. But yeah, listen, it's Halloween, man. There's a couple of days a year where we have permission to just completely just let loose, and tonight is one of those, right? And our birthdays. And Crowley Mass. Crowley Mass is designed for you to do whatever you want, right? So, but that's it. But this is the process. Now I have about 4 or 5 more of these containers full of stuff, and then I have boxes with broken jewelry, broken clocks, broken watches, broken you name it. And so it's all kinds of opportunity to develop like real magical items. So yeah, but you get the gist, right? I mean, you have the freedom to kind of put in the box whatever you feel like needs to go in there, right? Oh, incidentally, Jay, really quickly before we continue, do you watch baseball? And really quickly also, do you watch football? Because I just want to state that I'm from New York, and although the Giants lost today, they're still tied with Dallas, and so shut up. Like, just get over it. They're 7-2, man. That's not bad. This is the Giants, and they're 7-2. So, for real. And when the Cowboys lose, we're going to be in second place. So, just saying. But in the meantime, do you happen to watch baseball? Because I have a beautiful thing in here, and so far, nobody in this room cares. Let's go back in the chat here. No problem. I love that. That's a great question. Do you have any questions? I don't know, bro. You're the reader. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Screw it on slowly. Not too tight. Well, that was the thing. I was going slow, but every time I would tug on it a little, it felt like it was slipping off my ear. So then I went a little slower, and then finally, I felt like it was sort of snug, and so I gave it one last twist, and that was it. Okay. New York Patriots woman. Oh, really? Fine. Although, all right, let me be real. It does happen to be true that Eli Manning got 2 MVPs against your quarterback in the Super Bowl, so we should just put that out there and can we just have the moment? Allow me to bask in the fact that my quarterback has 2 MVP Super Bowl rings against your quarterback. I mean, I think I owe it to everybody to point that fact out one more time. The quarterback of the New York Giants that I grew up with, well, that's not true, I grew up with Phil Simms, has 2 MVP rings against the Patriots. So there's that whole thing. But I will say this, Tom Brady was one of the most elite quarterbacks to ever live. So I can't deny that. And now I can say, because he doesn't play for the Patriots anymore, and Bill Belichick has to eat his words because he ain't shit. The only reason he won games was because of Tom Brady. How do I know? Because Tom Brady left, and where are the games? You know, I used to think Belichick was like everything. Turns out Brady was everything. I've considered it. You know why I haven't done it yet? Because I don't know what earring to get. And I don't want to just like have a stud in there for the sake of having a stud. Right? 89. Cool. Yeah. Big time. Dude, that was ridiculous. Ridiculous. The second one. I'm talking about the second one. Yeah, nuts. But Missy, man, really? Patriots? How did that happen? Well, I guess you're close enough, so you're going to go, yeah, if you're a New Hampshire type people, you're going to go for Massachusetts, not New York, so I get it, but seriously? He's never beat the Rams? Well, especially nowadays, he should have no problem. So, I don't know. Either way, though. Listen, I have an 86 World Series pin from the Mets. Nobody cares. Come on, dude, look at that. It's legit. I don't know. I was 11 years old when that happened. I remember watching it. And I'm a Yankee fan. You cut me and I bleed pinstripe, just to be clear, okay? But my sister is a big-time Met fan. And she used to rub it in my face all the time. Because, you know, the Yankees are the winningest team in baseball history, but they can't beat the Mets. I don't know, back in the day, they used to lose to them all the time, and my sister would rub it in my face every time they lost. And so when they actually made it to the World Series, and she got the chance to bask in that glow that I knew very well, I was like, all right, I get it. Fine. And so that pin does mean a lot. Yeah, dude, Dwight Gooden, yeah, Darryl Strawberry. Who else was winning the Mets that time? Whoa, who's the guy with the curly hair? Anyways, I had his glove. I forget his name, man. He was a big time the catcher. Cool. Oh, really? You want to Aquanet my do? I haven't brushed this one. This one I just threw on. The other one I brushed. The purple one I started the night with, I actually brushed. But this is great, man. This also has like mullet vibe. Maybe he's born with it. Socks. All right, no, we can't be talking about sports anymore. Shit just got real. Yeah. All kidding aside, it's all love. It's all love. What are we doing? We're watching people play a game, and then we try to identify with it, and it has nothing to do with us, right? That's the beauty of sports. It's the same reason we watch horror movies. We get to die without dying. We get to win without winning. We get to lose without the loss. Sports is great. It's what we're doing right now. We are living at the beginning of time as an infinite intelligence, pretending that we're playing a game called life. We're not playing the game. We're sitting back in our living room in heaven going, oh man, he missed it. Thinking that we're us. It's funny, isn't it? So, what do you think of the trinkets? Oh, this is the other one that has a spirit in it, right? So I just want to be clear. This one here. That one's great. You know what this reminds me of too? What was the movie with Natalie Portman where she played the dancer? I forget that name of that movie, but that's a great movie. She wore a wig like that in one of the scenes. This is the other one with a spirit in it. See that? Isn't that beautiful? It's another one of those yin yang type. Yeah. And what it is it's a very specific, it's super heavy. I wish I knew what was inside of it, because it's not gold. But it has a lot of weight, like a lot more than you'd expect from a piece of costume jewelry. But what it is this very specific type of talisman that's designed to transform energy, right? It transforms energy from will into heart. It just kind of moves. This is the idea of if you're in a position where you need to empower yourself and you're feeling anxiety emotionally, you could use this to transfer it into root chakra. And so it becomes confidence, at least for a period of time. Or if you're walking into a circumstance and you're feeling a little too root chakra, you can move it down and ground. So it's a very good way. It's like grounding and lifting, depending upon what's needed. And it's really effective for that. And the spirit in here is actually a twin spirit. And that's why I put it in this particular piece of jewelry. Because it's able to realize itself. It's not trapped. You know, had I took a dual spirit and put it in here under one personality, that would be torture for one of those spirits. But in this case, it gets to be fully realized as both at any moment. It's like the cosmic hermaphrodite. Right. And again, you just simply ask it to teach you its gift, which is the gift of transforming, one energy into the other, moving up or down. It's really something. It speaks, and you hear it, but you feel that speech in your heart. Okay, that's what this thing speaks. You know, I created it. I charged it. I loved it. I put it in there. And it's been in there for a very long time. And even now, I still wonder if that thing I see when I look in is me stretching or not. Because it doesn't have a physical form. This is its physical form. You're looking at it. This is the physical form. It does not have a corporeal state outside of this. And what is this but the vessel? It's like the ultimate cup. It's a cup with a lid. I mean, that's ultimately, when you're dealing with containing an entity in an object, even if the object doesn't have an opening, this is symbolic because it's a listening stone. So that hole is not for it to get in, it's for me to listen. It can't leave. It can't leave because it's not in there. It is it. Right? It embodied this. But that said, that's you have to understand and recognize the idea that it does not have an actual corporeal form. So when I look in there and see something looking back, that's me stretching, I think. I hope. Do you want to see? I'll hold it up to the camera. Right. I guess you're not going to see anything on this camera. What about this one? Okay. But yeah. So I was wondering if you guys would be able to hear it. I don't know if this would work over the internet. I mean, how would I figure that out, right? I mean, I guess I can either hold it up to the mic, which is silly because it doesn't speak in a sound, but it is symbolic. So let's do this. Just give me, by a show of hands, like give me a thumb up or something. Who's listening to me on headphones? If you're listening on headphones, just give me a thumb up. The Swan Song. Oh, The Swan? What a movie. Oh, Black Swan. Black Swan. That was a great movie. Not the one I was thinking, but Black Swan. Yeah, she is also a dancer there as well, but she's a ballet dancer, not an exotic. That movie was intense. Black Swan was like so good. I mean, who was totally blown away by Black Swan? If you haven't seen it, you're missing out. Okay, good. So there's at least two. So what I'm going to do... Love the trinkets. Oh, wow, right? I'm going to put it up to the microphone. I'm just going to set it up on my on the pop stopper, whatever you call this thing, and I'm going to just lay it down there, shut off the music, And then we're just going to see if you hear anything, okay? It's a book? What, Black Swan is a book, or the one from others? Okay, but anyway, so I'm gonna shut the music. I'm gonna just put this little guy right there. Now, you can't listen with your ears. You're not going to hear anything. You're going to hear my voice. You're going to hear the room you're in. It's distant. And so I'm going to stop speaking in a moment. And when I do, what you're going to do is listen to your heart, meaning that it's a sensation you're looking for. You're not listening with your brain either. It's not like you're paying attention to your heart with your brain. You're feeling the sensation of the surrounding area from the bottom of your ribs up to like your chest, and just feel this area, and you're going to begin to feel a distant vibration, awareness. It's not like it's distant. It's going to be like quiet, and it's going to slowly get louder. That's what you're going to be feeling. I'm going to stop talking and let me know if it speaks to you, and then how does it feel? What is the emotion? Be nice to her. You just met. Take her out at least once before you talk like that. Sorry, you can be rude sometimes, but you get the idea. And I love the energy of it. Really, it's something. He's got a little wound, but don't we all? Did you hear anything? Keep them separated. Yeah, I thought of it too. Okay. Alrighty, so wow, huh? Fun. And you know, why did I do this tonight? To show everybody how creative I am? No. Did you miss 44? It's the end of an era. So, no, it's not so that you guys all know how creative I am. It's because I want you to see how easy it is to find the components that ring and to put something together that's actually functional as an oracle. And what do you need? Follow the math. If the math is there, it'll work. 4 bead types, 6 beads each. Have 5 beads that are offset larger or distinct in some fashion that wind up being these, right? And you'll notice with the baby, what I did is I used white. Plain white with different shapes. So they're not all completely identical. They're identical in color, but different in form, and that's useful. Okay. Here's a little example of a few that I just grabbed a minute ago for anyone who just popped in. Right, we have Earth and Heart, and I'm going to find 2 more bead types, and we'll have another one. Right? It just go through the exercise once, and you will be hooked. To have that understanding that you can actually participate in the creation of your own oracle and then be attached to it, I have to say, I can't stop staring at it. I can't stop running my fingers through it. I can't stop reading it. And then when I poured those 2 together into this dish and read them together, love it. The way these happen to gel, it just came out very nice, and you have that same ability. Go find the colors that you love. Go find the energy that speaks to you and make one. They're so cool. And if you're not 100% sure about it, call me. I'll talk you through it totally free. I'll take as much time as it needs. I'll teach you how to use it and give you some ideas on spreads. I love that word with this because the spreads, love that. You want a spread? Here's what's going on. Okay, well, what's happening next? Okay, right, that's how you do a spread. You just shuffle. And if you want me to build one for you, then we'll work it out. We'll figure out a time that we can schedule getting on a line together, going through the steps of the particular beads. I found some amazing beads on Amazon. There's one that's like a jasper. It's like a king. There's some type of whatever, and it has like this red green, white. It almost looks like those alcohol paintings where you take the acrylic paint and then you drop alcohol and it makes this kind of like pattern. The beads look like that, but like in a solid snapshot form. They're so gorgeous. And I was kicking them around for a similar use to the witnesses for the pearls of wisdom. That pearls of wisdom are Storian stones, and this is the rock of truth, the stones of sincerity, stones of sincerity, and then of course, I love that. Souls collide, give into the dance. All right, so that said, how much fun is that? And I mean, you know you've got a junk drawer full of stuff. Now, don't just take all your junk and throw it in here. These were each individually picked because they had a quality about them that elicited an emotional response. You don't want to have junk in here. Treat it holy. Treat it like an oracle, because that's what it is. Treat it like something that, if you treat it properly and you respect it, will give you truth instead of answers. Okay? Look at this adorable thing. I don't know why I had to put this in here, but I did. I think it comes from a Polly Pocket or something like that. Look at this thing. I'm not sure what that is. Or maybe it's like a Claire's earring. Right? It's plastic. It's totally plastic. I don't know why it picked up that statement there. It did your first thing, Bree. Swan Song, Robert McCammon. But then after that, on the dark desires of the countless followers, he is gathered into service. Yeah, that one got picked up for some reason. Probably destroy her was in there. I don't know. Protect the girl. Who knows? A baby pendulum. Kind of cute, actually. Yeah, this look, it has that vibe because it's like colorful plastic. It's made out of plastic, and this was clearly put together as like a child's earring or a pendant. Right? Looks like an earring. Love that. This is a pretty one. And this is one of my favorites. There's something about it. It's the color. It's the texture. This is very old. This, I believe, is from the 60s. This is not a new item. And the color is very accurate on the screen here. That is actually a very greenish blue-green. It's a very kind of metallic-y kind of burgundy pink. Let me look at the wings. Not 100% sure what that color is on the bottom, but it's puffy. See, it's kind of like puffy, but it's solid. It's not hollow. It's a solid piece of, I'm not sure what. It's not gold. It's not heavy enough to be gold. Enamel inlay. But there's just something about the color. Wait a minute, Vesta. You said you saw faces in what? In this little guy? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, wow. Let's have some fun. Hi there. Wow, that's really interesting. I will never unsee that. Oh boy. The many faces. Oh, you just changed the meaning entirely. This is the many faces. This is a symbol of Gemini. Ladies and gentlemen, Gemini. The many faces, right? Think about that. Love it. Just great. But it's crazy, I'm watching you talking about your love for beads, and geez, call my mom and she would back this up, but I have more beads and trinkets than one would ever have. Haha. Good. Feel free to share them, 100%. Yeah, and here's the point too, like as a community, we should, it's a shame that we don't have the capacity right now, but there's going to be a point that anybody that's in the near future that wants to participate in this, we should get together. Whether it's over here by me in the Hudson Valley, or somewhere somebody who's got some land in a place that can take multiple people. We can drum in my backyard. Bring your drums, man. Bring your tent, and but it'd be cool to make them and read each other's oracles and whatever the case. I'm going to be doing that with Tanamera live here on probably Monday or Tuesday this week, maybe Wednesday this week. There's a few. My concern is my connection's really weird, and my computer, since that Windows 11 update, is running at like really hot and is having issues. And so for me to invite her on, do this wonderful thing, and then the stream drops in the middle of it, I'm not sure how to approach it. From the respect that I don't want her to have any kind of, yucky feelings because my technology's not up to par. Meet Meet. I love Meet Meet. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, specifically all of them. That is the Eye of Sauron. Right? The eye on the mountain that's on the top of that tower. That's the Eye of Sauron. That is the, that's it. Yeah. Unless there's something else I'm missing. Are we now talking about Eye of Sauron? A few people live pretty far from you. I'm not that far. I know there's some people that are in Ohio. There's some people that are in Texas. A lot of California, which is by virtue of when I stream. I picked up a bunch of West Coast people in here. How to Train a Dragon Eye. That's a great name. It's funny, you can't see the green in my eyes on camera. It never shows up. Nobody here would know I have green eyes, but you wouldn't know that. They look brown. Where? Okay. So that's the idea of the trinkets, and that's the idea of the souls colliding and how that's read. The whole idea of me doing this tonight was to show the myriad possibilities of using these oracles. As long as you just follow the math and you have the 6 beads per 4 colors, and then those 5 separate, and one last component. Like for instance, in this case, I have this to represent it for the masculine, and this to represent it for the feminine. This one last piece that's kind of like the divine intelligence of that, so that we can see where they land together in the sea when they're together. All right? And that's what we're talking about doing here. We're talking about looking individually. I've done this reading many times, my mind, body, and soul reading. We look at them individually. What are you saying? What are they hearing? What are they saying? What are you hearing? And then mix them together and go, okay, well, this is what's actually taking place now. Now we know why. And, you know, that example, if anybody missed it, go back to the beginning of the stream, and I have an example of me reading the bowl in the middle. It's a really interesting love reading. That was for somebody or several people out here that were privy to that reading. It might have been for you. You know, go back, pay attention to that, and see how that feels. West side, cool. East Coast, it's true. What are you gonna do? When you're a jet all the way, from your first cigarette till your last dying day. I just met a girl named Maria. No, but seriously though, like really. West Coast is cute, but fucking New York. You know, you can't say nothing. Brooklyn is 450 years older than America. We win. So really though, all kidding aside, I mean, we're older than New York. We're older than, you know. No, I'm kidding. There's no better or worse. You know, there's the most beautiful thing I heard in a very long time. We were talking about music a couple years back. And a couple of streams back. And we were talking about Yanni. And Yanni did a concert at the Acropolis in Greece. And during one of the songs, he talked about the astronauts were up in space looking down. And they asked the astronauts about how he felt. Like, oh, what's it like up there looking down at the Earth? He says, it's interesting, but I'm having trouble. I'm looking at Europe, and I can't tell what the countries are because there's no lines. That's right. There are no lines. We made those lines up. What's an American? Somebody born on this side of the line instead of that side of the line. And that side is Canada, that side's American. What? Seriously? Come on, man. Right, so that's the idea. There are no lines. Listen, do me a favor, because I got to get to work and I'm in a fucking hurry. Can I get a cup of coffee? And tell your dog to shut the fuck up. I'm trying to read my paper. Don't make me sick my sister on you, because she'll kick you. No, seriously, though. At the end of the day, we have to be open to that. Because that's the time, that's the period where where change happens. If we're able to recognize it. Oftentimes we don't. Oftentimes we just sort of identify with the voice, whatever voice we hear, because it sounds like us. I mean, we have software right now that we can download that can make, really with maybe 5 or 10 minutes of recorded speech could fool your speech. It's getting very accurate. It can fool the human ear. It can't fool an AI, but it can, right? Hello. Welcome to Coffee Talk with Paul Baldwin. Actually, what I thought about doing was coming on as Myrtle the Moaning Mystic. I was going to put on my wig and come out as Myrtle the Moaning Mystic. But then I thought, Myrtle, everyone's going to think Harry Potter. And so then I spent all this time trying to figure out the name. And then I thought, let's not do that. Because then I'm going to get sued by J.K. Rowling. She's a fucking billionaire and does not want me messing with her brand. You know what I mean? I love you, J.K. Snape changed my life. But really, though, so, you know? Cool. You know what's the most thug thing possible? Taking your West Coast butt to New York and showing everybody some love with an East Coast man. Oh, yeah. I think we should just run and meet in the middle. What do you say? We'll make a new coast. Break this country in half with our love. So, all kidding aside, though. Oh, I'm sorry, did you think I was kidding? If we start now, I'll meet you by Christmas in Colorado. Actually, that's not true. Wait, if you're going from the west to the east, you're going uphill, right? Ooh, that's right, the moaning mystic, baby. I mean, what is the divine moan? But it's the combination of, you know, the wand, and the cup. The wand is the will, the desire, the thing that we want. The cup is the thing that is wanted. Put those two together, you get purple. What is purple? It's just a color. It's a vibration picked up by your eyes. However, we can reduce that frequency, can't we? And we can reduce it down to the point where it can be heard. And when you take the color purple, that's spoken properly, and you bring it down to an audible level, it sounds like Vesta. That's right. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like Vesta. So yeah, in the meantime, go build an oracle. It's like $2, man. All you're gonna need is one of these, right? Get yourself a blank. There's round, there's flat. Go flat. Again, because if it's round, it's just gonna pile, and you're just gonna be reading a small surface. But if you give it a flat one, and it's wide enough, you can actually shake it around, and you've got a reading surface here. And you can work with the child to tell the story one element at a time. Look at it build. What does it look like with just red? What does it look like now that... And use the divine order, people. You want to trick them. Listen, I'm trying to read here. Forget about it. As you unroll the divine order, if you use that actual order, you're going to kind of fool them into memorizing that. That we go with wand, cup, sword, pentacle. And in the higher world, it's wand, sword, cup, pentacle. But whatever way that you decide to teach the elements, do it. And let it unfold one element at a time, so it becomes a visual as well as a mental activity of seeing it build and feeling the difference. And each time you add a new element, pause, put it in their hand, and go, how does that feel? Does it make you feel happy? Do you feel sad? Do you feel scared? Do you feel confident? Do you want to be friends with it? Or do you feel like it's making fun of you? Right? And so it comes down to that, allowing them to see it from all these different directions, so that when it does come time, you can actually confidently know that they understand these concepts. And when they're alone and they're faced with a certain circumstance that they may or maybe unclear about how to do, maybe unclear about how to act or who to engage, this can give them that guidance to then say, okay, wait a minute, no, I learned this language from this, my dad or my mom, and I can use it and look out into the world and go, okay, wait, time to run, or wait, do the XYZ, right? We can see where the will is pointed. We can see where the desire is actually lying. We can see what the heart wants to say. It's all there. It's all here. Right? And then we have the little baby in the box, which is the same concept. It's all here, just portable, right? In a little baggie. So get yourself one of these for a couple of dollars. You can get them at Walmart, and go through the exercise with the erasers. It's a good way to teach yourself also. Teach yourself how to make it, and teach yourself how to read it. And you get to pick the colors, and so be creative and fun. And to anybody in here who has gone through this process, there's one person that I know that made one, and what she showed me was gorgeous and totally different than what I made. And so that's awesome. All right. It's fun, but it also engages your spirit. It reminds your spirit that you're on a path and you're looking for something. You're looking for a creative outlet, and you're looking for truth. And if you go through the process of letting your spirit know that by building tools to do that, then you don't need to enroll your spirit. You're already there, because you're already doing the things that spiritual people do. You're doing the things that magicians do. And by doing that, you're going to become a magician. Right? And so put the energy out there. Make it honest. And it'll happen. Authenticity sells the universe on your will. It just happens. It can't not buy it, because it is you. And you're just reminding it that it's you. And so it goes, oh yeah, I work for that person. I have to give them what they want. And it does it. It does it. Not today. But in the very near future, I'm going to be showing you how to do magic. meaning not the divinatory process of obtaining information, but enrolling the universe in your will so that it creates it. Actual magic. And these are very effective because what they are is an analog of the universe. And so even if you don't have the time, the money, the experience, the tools to create an actual temple, sure you can. If you understand that the math of these is correct and you've blessed them properly, meaning they've already been through the consummation, the magic happened. You witnessed the second one. I did the first one alone, and it was a magical act. Let's just put it that way. And putting them in this together now is ready. It works. The temple's done, and so this is permanently a temple and can be utilized to create. Okay, and I'm going to talk about that in probably a stream or two after I work out the situation with Tanamera, and we, I read her oracle, she reads mine, and we get a little bit more of a familiarity with it, outside of just me reading my own creation, and then we will go from there. And it's at that point that we will really kind of get into the nitty gritty of simulating a lesser banishing ritual with a pentagram. Right? An LBRP in a dish. Like seriously, LBRP in a dish. What about BRH? Right? Why not? If it's a round surface, you could easily do a hexagram. And so there's a lot of different opportunities here with respect to the Golden Dawn magical system that can work right in here as the temple. This is the temple. And what do you use for the constituent parts? The tools, the magus. It's all right there. I promise you it works because I did it. I used these oracles right here today to make magic, and it already worked. Now, there's a piece of artwork we need to look at. The individual who put this piece of artwork out, who sent this to me, is somebody who's been to the channel here. They're relatively new. Her name is Gabrielle. You may have seen her here. Okay. DiGiorno? No. I do not eat DiGiorno. I make my own. And there's only one kind of Parmesan. So, her name is Gabrielle. And what she did, she sent me some artwork. And we went through some visual. We had a conversation about some of the stuff. And then this piece came across. And she asked, what's missing? I feel like it's not done, and I don't know what it is, and it's kind of bothering me, and I wish I knew, and, it's something missing. And I looked at it, and I wasn't sure, to be honest. I'm not sold on the fact that there's anything. I think she's done, but I'm not the artist, and that may be totally inappropriate, and so I'm going to put it out to the room here and ask, and I'm going to ask everybody to, when the stream's over, because I'm going to be ending here in just a couple minutes, pause, take a look at it, and let's give her some real feedback. Okay, so this is what she drew. No, I'm sorry. This is what she painted. It's not 100% clear how big this is. Right? If you're in the room, please, Gabrielle, how large is the painting? Because it looks like it's about 3 feet by 2 feet. Maybe because she did have a shot, but I don't know if it's a desk or a floor, like what I'm looking at. Yeah, well, I'll give you the full. This is the full size of the image, and so you tell me maybe if this will give us an indication of its size, right? That's a floor I'm looking at, right? We're looking at a floor. Either way, forget all that. None of that matters. What matters is, let's zoom in. Hang on. That's what matters. All right. I asked if anybody in this community would be willing to share a piece of themselves, very intimate piece, for the purposes of us to meditate on their artwork as a spiritual tool, as an inspirational tool, and this is what I get sent. How freaking lucky are we? Like, everyone in this room could just take a moment, like, really, like, we just put out into the world, hey, listen, can you send me this thing, just so we can kind of like get some vibe in the room? Oh yeah, no problem, yeah, sure. And then this is what I get, And I get Lauren Zapata sends us a Bacchus with a literal spirit of joy looking out at us with this huge grin, and it's like, and he even looked drunk, like he was half. I mean, really. And so now, Gabrielle is looking for guidance on what's missing from this, and I don't know what to tell her. And let's talk about it. First of all, I see Shin, because those three. Those three that are sticking out, the arteries or the blood vessels, are also indicative of the letter Shin. And then over here you have two separate ones, which it looks like, this is me, that she has spurting out, like you can kind of see blood coming out of the one to the left. Clearly the wings are just everything. Very much. The smile is clear, isn't it? There's this there's like a huge smile. Huge. I mean, I am not going to draw on her art, but like imagine if this was the teeth. This whole thing is just his mouth smiling. There's the nose into the eye with this big, huge grin, right? You know, so when she says what's missing, I don't know. I would have to struggle to figure that out, right? I mean, I'd have to struggle to figure out, like, missing. I don't know. Frankly, if I had walked across this at anything, any kind of arts and crafts show or whatever the case, I'd buy it in a heartbeat if I could afford it, depending on what they charged for it. It looks large. But I have to say, I don't know about you guys, but there's something about the green and the red I just dig. You know that pic of my cousin I showed you today? Yes. Right? Are you feeling him right now? But just beautiful. I wouldn't know where to begin to see what is missing, right? He died of finally going for his heart transplant. After 33 years, he decided it was worth the risk. You know where my heart went? And I just want to be really straight up front. Like, I want to be clear. I'm not trying to make you feel good or bad or anything. I'm actually just going to be very honest and personal right now with myself publicly so you can hear it. But I'm going to be personal with myself about how I feel about what you just said. He died of finally going for his heart transplant. After 33 years, he decided it was worth the risk. And so, although he went in and passed, he had made the decision that life was worth living and did so for the first time. And so, wow, like he lived more than you and I ever will, because we're just kind of going through it thinking that we have control and we're playing these games and whatever the case. But the reality is that no, he wanted to live. He knew and understood what life was at that moment, that he had made the decision to make that step. That meant he loved life. And not all of us can say that. Like, a lot of us can say that we love living. Very much. He was also handsome. Like, there was a joy in his smile. It was a great picture, you know. And that's too young. It is. It's too young for him, but more importantly, it's too young for the people that could have shared on that smile for longer. He didn't get to inspire as many people as he maybe could have, you know. It is. It's tough. It's tough. You know, I've seen some young people just recently, cancer, suicide, drugs. You know, it's funny, and they're my age, right? I'm 47 years old, and watching people that are my age and younger dying of stuff that my grandparents were supposed to be dying of is just weird. Yeah, that's the shittiest part, Missy. I know, I can imagine, right? Special person that people love, and they bring this brilliance to the world, and then the world takes them away before it can be realized. You know? Really? Yeah. Yeah. What was his name again? Joseph? Oh, his name is David? Is that his name, David? Yeah. I know, it's, so young. It's unfortunate. He was a lawyer, and I'm like, I'm playing with my cat. Lawyers have cats that they play with, too. And you're not a lawyer. You're a fucking magus in training that's going to fucking take over the world, and you don't even realize it. And you know how you're going to do that? By empowering other people to help you take over the world. And you're going to have an army of lovers that are feeding each other and loving life and being happy and giving and spending time with people that need, real need. Oh, Joseph is your brother. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm a Michael Joseph. I'm named there after my father's uncle Giuseppe. My mother wanted Michael, but my dad got Joseph because of his uncle. Uncle Joe. But yeah, I'm so sorry too. It's tough. Did he have family? Did he have kids? Don't forget what I've talked about on the stream here too, Missy. I don't know if you've caught any of those. I know you're crazy busy, and anytime I see your face in here, I appreciate it. But many times I've spoken about the idea that his body is gone, but he isn't, and he was never, and will never, and so there is no loss. And so the separation between the two of you, the difference in your position and your time is all a lie. My brother is Joseph Michael. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. Yes, Yanira. I don't sleep. It's fun. I know I say it a lot, and people think I'm being silly, but no, I just legit. Here's what's gonna happen. Just this is a day in the life of Michael Karras, right? I'm going to get off. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. And like a schmuck, I'm going to drink another half a cup of coffee before I lay down. Why? Because it's in there, and I don't want to waste it. And that's who I am. Right? So I'm going to drink that half a cup of coffee. I'm going to be angry at myself for smoking that cigarette. I'm going to kiss my dogs. I'm going to lay down. I'm going to think to myself, I'm not tired. Do I have more beads to finish that oracle? Not kidding. And then I'm going to be up, and I'm going to be building another one, like, you know, or I'm going to be thinking about a private that I have later on. That's somebody that I'm very close to and is going through some serious nonsense, and I can't wait to have that conversation. You know, all that stuff, and quieting the mind is one of those things that we have to allow ourselves to do, because we have to be healthy. We have to be good to ourselves. But I don't do that. And sleep, I don't know, it's always been how many people here can agree with that? I've noticed too that there's a little bit of a similar quality in people that are, highly mentally productive, spiritual people don't sleep. Cool, yeah. I have a cousin that's a month younger than me, and we are like this. Although we talk once every 3 years. I love you, Sin. You're the best. Well, you know I love you. But the fact is that we only talk, and then every once in a while she'll, and I begged her. I sent a thing out to my whole family. I'm like, oh, you guys got to come and watch my channel. You have to get an idea of the side of me that you all think you know, but you don't. But she knows. Cindy knows, because Cindy and I are kindred. And so she popped in on it, and then this is all she had to say, and this was great. She says, she quoted myself back to me, which was, if you're afraid, then you're halfway there. And I love that, because that meant she was listening. You know, that's what cousins like that are for. Yes, I will do a 3-card pull, but then I got to go to bed. But I'm happy to do it. And so she got it. Like, it was cool to think that she was actually listening, because she gave me back a quote, and it was like deeper into the video. So that just means that she was paying attention, right? Let's see, what should I use for you? What are we reading about? Is there anything particular you want me to look at? What do you want me to look at? I tend to nap about 3 hours at a time. Sometimes I zonk out and drool. I wish I could zonk out and drool. Are you kidding? That would be lovely. Yeah. Well, yeah, you can't go too far, right? Yeah, Cindy's awesome. Cindy belongs in this room. Legitimately. She speaks fluent French. She's super smart. Very practical. She's kind of like my... she's a very interesting complementary energy to me. Intellectually and spiritually, because she's a very spiritual person and she's super smart, but a totally different approach to me. You want to push yourself forward? Cool. Okay. What a great thing to hear. Wow. Is everyone catching her energy right now? You know what? She's that. We did a reading before, Yanira, where I used my new oracles and I mixed them together, and it was a love reading related to some person who's totally just like focused on physical. There's no emotional backing. There's no backbone mentally. There's no... it was just all that. And he was moving out of heart into mind. Like he's just still... Like he overthinking. And she was getting to this point of being tired of that and recognizing that it was time to actually be treated properly. Cindy? Oh, it totally is an 80s name. Totally is. And that's okay. It's a good name. Cyndi Lauper's greatest hits album was called The 7 Deadly Sins. Love that. Okay, I want to push myself forward. Great. Okay, so I'm thinking about how I want to pose that question. Like, what are we looking here for? Because I don't want to ask you, what do you need to know? Because you already know. I mean, the answer is be patient. You're already doing it. You know, pushing to go forward means that there's a part of you that's unsatisfied with the speed in which that's happening. You are a sculpture of a goddess, and you can't rush art. Okay? And so my answer is, there is no pushing forward. You're there. It's okay. And if you are finding that there's a part of you that you're having a problem with that you want to get rid of now, that's a different story. We can talk about a little piece of you, a little part of you, a certain emotional reaction to a person that it bugs you that they still get to you, or a certain habit that you have that you want to drop. That's work. Because now you're getting into specific. You're going general, I want to push forward. You're fine. You can't rush the thing that you're going to become, and it is so vibrant. Don't even worry about it. So I don't even need to pull cards. And if you want me to, I'll be happy to later. I'm being honest, I'm exhausted. But I'll be happy to. But if you want, we can touch base later in today. Which, I mean, you have teaching to do, and I have I can't even tell you what I have to do. So, but if you want to connect in the afternoon, we can do that, and then I can, we can play with our toys and come up with some stuff and see what we see. But if you are having any kind of like an unsure moment, then you just push the button, all right? And as soon as I see it, I will call you back, okay? But yeah, all right. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me till 5:30 and have it. Oh wait, let's just do this right. So, like, I just want to thank everybody, like, who like came here tonight, like, and saw our band, like, and keeps coming, like, to our shows, like, and thank you so much, like, and have a nice day. That's my burnout. I could have done a better burnout. I guess so. You know what I didn't do tonight? I didn't do my impression of typo negative. All right, wait, I want to make sure I get the because it is dead on balls. All right, so hang on. I just need to make sure though that I have the lyrics to Black Number One. I mean, it's All Hallows Eve, right? So let's do this. Let me make sure my voice is in the right spot. Hang on. Let's go. Okay. Mm-hmm. I can't believe I almost left here without doing Black Number One. Hang on. Not the whole song, just a little thing in the beginning. This is so... He does this like really weird thing. The only way that I can do it is with my tongue. There's like this like whoa. All right, so just bear with me. I have to get into character. I'm going to mute myself. Let me get into character, and then I'm going to do it. Give me a sec, okay? By the way, he did play girl. Yes, he did. And, yeah, what you heard is true. All right. She's in love with herself. She likes the dark. And on her milk white neck, the devil's mark. Anyway, so that's my impression of typo negative. Happy Halloween. Tonight is the night that we are given permission to give into our dark side. Far be it from ourselves to not give ourselves everything ourselves want of ourselves. I had a lot of fun tonight. That was a blast. And we need to give ourselves permission to just be silly and enjoy that, right? And so go buy a wig and put it on for no reason, right? And make silly accents, regardless of how well you pull it off, because it doesn't matter, right? And sing like no one's listening. And then remember the truth. Everyone is listening. Every single particle in existence is listening. But then get over it. People have been staring at you since the moment you were born. Every single particle in existence can hear every thought you've ever had. So listen, release yourself from it because you are free. I love you all. Thanks a lot so much, really. And enjoy this party. Don't get too crazy blitzed. And if you feel like you're going to get crazy blitzed, you know, set up an Uber beforehand. And don't drive home alone, okay? Don't even get in an Uber alone if you're going to get blasted on Halloween, all right? Especially if you're wearing that sexy outfit that you all wear for some reason on Halloween, like it's okay. That's fine. Then just don't drink too much and get into a car alone with a stranger. Have a great night. Enjoy yourselves. Have a blast. Spread some dark. All right, let's make love one more time. You feel nice.